Hello everyone, it is Foul Play here. Welcome back, and today we're going to be picking up and playing Hammer Time. Now I've done a little bit of Hammer Time in the past, but we're going to be revisiting it here today. And yeah, I'm pretty excited with the new set to trial some of the new cards and get into it like that. But unfortunately, the AUS sagas are all rented out or something. Sorry about that. Just fix my camera slightly. They're all rented out at the moment or something. I couldn't get a hold of them, so I'm unable to play with AUS Saga specifically tonight. I'll be testing out some Nettle Sentinels. I've got 2 in the main and 1 in the sideboard. Sorry, Esper Sentinel. That's 1 mana artifact creature. Whenever an opponent casts the first non-creature spell they cast that turn, draw a card unless that player plays X, where X is Sentinel's Eye's power. But yeah, it's just like really disappointing to not be able to use AUS Saga. I like pretty torn up about it, really. But yeah, here we are. Now I'm not exactly sure on the exact right build to be going for Hammer Time currently. I think there's a fair bit of dispute amongst people that play it, and also amongst different lists that have been published, right? Most of the lists are running 22 to 23 lands. Honestly, I had trouble cutting down everything that I wanted to include. So yeah, I've trimmed my lands right down to the bare bones at 21 there. But yeah, obviously we've got access to black-white Hammer Time here. We've got 6 fetches, 2 Godless Shrines, 4 Silent Clearings. That gives us 12 black sources, which should hopefully be enough. Also 5 planes here. And then, yeah, looking across to the rest of our list, we're running the Mishra's Bubble here today. I noticed some lists aren't running Mishra's Bubbles. Some lists aren't running Still Shape as Sanctuary either, which seems a bit wild to me. I'm only going with 2 Memnite. I think it's the weaker of your 2/0 drops for several reasons. And yeah, that's fine. But we do have the full 4 of Ornithopter. Full 4 of Hammer, and then we have 1 of Shadow Spear, which gives 1/1 trample lifelink. I'm including a 1 of copy of Batterbone because when this was printed, I just thought Hammer Time. It's obviously an equipment that we can have access to, that gives Vigilance lifelink, and it's shooterable off Stoneforge Mystic. It doesn't disable your Lurus Companion. I didn't really see any lists running it, but I'm not sure why. I think it's probably better than people are giving it credit for. Maybe it's a little bit worse than I'm giving it credit for, but I think there's something about it to keep in mind, right? We got Cranial Plating here as a 1 of as well. Was pretty close to getting cut, honestly. But there's a lot of games where your creatures will get destroyed and Cranial Plating will be the go. Your Pure Steel Paladin or Sigarda's Aid will get destroyed and you'll have to rely on Cranial Plating. Other than that, 3 Springleaf Drum, 1 Paradise Mantle. Paradise Mantle is a mana source fetchable off of Stoneforge Mystic, Steel Shaper's Gift, etc. Where Springleaf Drum makes your Inkmoth Nexus hands, where you lead on Inkmoth Nexus, a little bit better. It also potentially enables a turn 2 kill with turn 1 Inkmoth, a creature like Ornithopter plus a Springleaf Drum, and then you can Sigarda's Aid off of the Springleaf Drum, still on turn 1. Untap, animate the Inkmoth Nexus, hammer on, instant speed, attack, win. Maybe a little bit convoluted, little bit ambitious thinking that we're going to get to do that. But yeah, that's the premise of the deck. That's what it does. And yeah, with the sideboard, as I was saying, we do have the Lurus here. We got a bit of graveyard hate here if we come across any of those decks. We've also got Welding Jar to help protect our things. That was one I had in the main deck, and there just wasn't room for it. As soon as I started trying to fit Esper Sentinel and Batterbone, there's just no hope. We've got Unearth also to bring back creatures. It's pretty good if you bring back your Lurus after your opponent kills it or whatnot. 3 Thoughtseers for combo-esque decks. Couple of Fatal Push for aggressive decks. Core Firewalker for red decks. Deicide for Heliod Company. Another Esper Sentinel in there just because I really want to test it. I just couldn't fit enough in the main. And yeah, a Fracture is a bit of a catch-all. And yeah, again, really sorry that we're not able to play with Urza Saga here tonight. They're just obviously all being rented out right now. Much to my dismay. We need to update the screen now. All right. So yeah, hopefully the deck's still got its power level. I think without Urza's Saga, we probably won't quite see the power level we're hoping for. Also, like, Urza's Saga isn't completely free in the deck. Getting to double white to hardcast your Pure Steel Paladin can be pretty difficult in games. So obviously, with Urza's Saga, if you add an extra 4 colorless lands in here, you're going to up that variance even more, and that's why all the decks are pretty much running 4 Springleaf Drums at the moment. I'm just going to get away with 3. I'm probably hoping Esper Sentinel is better than what it is here. I don't know if it's going to be a mainstay in the deck or not. Oh, it's M. Hayishi. So, yeah. Okay, cool. So guys, normally on Mono Red Prowess, he actually did a Hammer Time list himself as well that he 5-0'd with. He had lots of weird inclusions on it. Because obviously I was looking at this while constructing my list tonight. I was looking at other lists and getting ideas. This could be the mirror match. We got Turn 1 Sigarda's Aid. No creatures. It's like a little bit slow, but we need to draw land. I'll keep. If we draw a 0-drop creature, we can Springleaf Drum into Sigarda's Aid. We won't have the Inkmoth Nexus kill on turn 2, but good way to empty cards from our hand. Oh, fuck. Yeah, we are probably extremely dead here. Alright, Springleaf Drum down, pass. So my opponent is Infect. He's also running the Lurus, which means he must be splashing black or white. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say he's probably green-black Infect. And there's a possibility that he's got Urborg as well as the Yavimaya. Hey, Gerbear, welcome back, man. How you going? Why do you feel Battlebone is good enough to include? I personally feel like it potentially has a place. I think probably from playing a lot of Bogles, a lot of matches are won by having Vigilance or not having Vigilance. So maybe I'm overthinking it a little bit. But there's probably something there in my opinion. Like, in a matchup against Infect here, I think having Vigilance has its advantage. Probably less than just having double hammer, though. And potentially clocking my opponent for lethal. So we'll tap our Stoneforge Mystic and get our Sigarda's Aid out. This might have been a different game on the play, of course. We would have missed our land drop. I don't know. Does it sound too crazy that there might be a metagame that it's good, Gerber? Alright. Opponent is going on what's potentially a mono green infect list. Although he hasn't got the Lure, so he's got to have some sort of a splash in there somewhere. Ignoble suggests black. We'll want creature removal. We'll probably want discard, especially on the play. Our creatures are most likely quite safe. So I don't really see a need for too much of that. I think in this matchup, Batterbone is probably pretty bad though. Shadow Spear allows us to trample damage. The life gain's not that relevant, but I reckon the trample might be. That's true. Vigilance is neat. What would you cut for the Urzas? Most decks that are running the Urza Saga are running 22 to 23 lands, and you just cut some fetch lands for it. So like 4 fetch lands or 3 fetch lands and 1 plains, and run 4 plains instead of 5. If you run the Urza Saga though, you'll want the full playset of Springleaf Drum so you can actually reliably double white on turn 2. Hands like this where I think, or games like this where Steel Shaper's Gift is probably somewhat slow. I might just take out a Memnite as well. And obviously I'm looking to be more interactive here than just fast out the gates, right? Sand is very slow. We don't have a reliable way to enable Metalcraft. We don't have any acceleration or any interaction against a deck like Infect. That just won't do. This is a lot better. I will keep. We have to put 1 card on the bottom of our library. So just Springleaf Drum. Because we're probably turn 1 Fatal Pushing a creature, right? Need Paladin, need mana. Hammer is just better than Mystic. Need Fatal Push. So it's between Mish's Bubble, Stoneforge Mystic, and Springleaf Drum. Opponent is keeping a 7, by the way. I guess let's get rid of the Mish's Bubble to try our best to enable Metalcraft here. And we can just go turn 1 guy. Pass the turn, hold up Fatal Push for this next turn. Hopefully hit a land drop. I don't really love the idea of bottoming the Mish's Bubble there because it ups the likelihood of us bricking on mana. Alright, we do actually get the mana then, so I'm going to call that a pretty massive win. And we can go ahead and get another hammer here. Do I really think Hammer Time is still good without Inkmoth Nexus? You don't really want to spend money on it? Oh, right. Well, Inkmoth Nexus gives you some pretty crazy wins, like pretty crazy explosive wins. It definitely helps your matchup against like Heliod Company, right? It gives you a way to beat Infinite Life, which is important if Heliod Company is running wild. You could probably quite reliably substitute in something like Inkmoth Nexus and do quite well from it. Alright, so we get our draw trigger off the Pure Steel Paladin. We'll get our Equip 0 as well. And we get to attack for a little bit, but not lethal. He probably blocks. He does not block. He might be trying to get Plague Engineer happening. I think probably if you're talking about what's expensive in Hammer Time, I think the Sagada's Aids are quite expensive. Sorry, not the Sagada's Aid. The Steel Shaper's Gifts are expensive. And then your Stoneforge Mystics are a little bit, but not crazy. Urza's Sagas are probably pretty insane at the moment, though, price-wise. When he gets himself an Inkmoth Nexus, and I guess he's just looking to chump block out the turn. We already had the hammer in hand. So this is definitely a game where we were fortunate enough to hit the mana. We kept a land light hand and we're really fortunate. And opponent concedes at second hammer. If I'm suspecting my opponent's on black, I might want to suspect Fatal Push, which might mean I want something like Unearth. It might be reading too much into things, though. Luckily, you pulled 2 Urzas. Wow, that's crazy. That's really good. Looking to make an old school affinity deck with it? Oh, that'd be sick. Well, if you're making an old school affinity deck, don't you need Inkmoth Nexus anyway, man? Isn't that included? Might like go 1 Mystic and then so I've got like 3 Mystics, 3 Steel Shapers. It's probably a better split at 3-3. Old school affinity, Inkmoth Nexus, and Blinkmoth Nexus as a playset. Nice interaction where Blinkmoth can pump Inkmoth by 1. 1 power, 1 toughness. Alright, this hand seems pretty darn decent. I'm going to keep. Yeah, you're being cheap and using Blinkmoth instead. That's fair. I respect that. So there's probably a pretty strong argument to not activating the Mishra's Bubble here to try and enable Metalcraft for several turns down the line. But I think I just want the information. So Noble Hierarch on top of my opponent's library. We're going to Thought Seize. So I want as much information as possible before I Thought Seize, of course. We'll take the scale up. Then my opponent's got 2 Exalted Creatures. My Apostle's Blessing. This is pretty bad for us. It's a very, very strong hand. Opponent plays Cathedral of War, Ignoble Hierarch. This means he gets double exalted and gets to hit us for 3 here. Or if our Bobble, we drew another Bobble. That's pretty good. So we'll just take the damage. I might just use Stoneforge Mystic as chump block fodder. I really value my artifacts currently. Cast down Mishra's Bubble. This one I'm going to leave uncracked. And yeah, as I was just saying, I will definitely look to just chump block with the Stoneforge Mystic. Make a giant Ornithopter. We're still like a turn off winning at that point. How long do you think it will be until they ban Urzas? That's a pretty good question. I'm not sure if it's like particularly broken anything yet, but it's only a matter of time before somebody finds a deck which is extremely good at abusing Urza's Saga. Whether or not it's an affinity deck or a food deck, I would say those are the two main, two most likely candidates. I'd probably say something will be busted within a month, and then I wouldn't be surprised if we saw a banning another month or two after that, because Wizards has been pretty slow at doing the whole bannings thing in the past. Alright, chump block that one. Alright, that's really good. So we actually ate a Might of Old Crozer from our opponent then. There's no reason to not fetch shock against an infect deck. So yeah, I guess the question is, do you want to buy the other two Urza's Sagas if there's a strong likelihood that it's going to get banned? I think we equip 0 here. We're probably setting up a block. We know about Apostle's Blessing, triple exalted. So my opponent can attack for guaranteed 4 next turn, and he has 1 unknown card in hand. The joke you've heard is they won't ban it until sales go down. I mean, maybe, yeah. That's with their whole Hasbro sort of owning them. It's like, I think there's a reasonably high likelihood that happens. Because they're like a subsidiary of Hasbro or something now, and they've got this mission statement to try and double profits, which is like crazy greedy, especially when COVID hit. I guess they probably made that decision pre-COVID, but it still seems super, super greedy to me. Super bad taste. Opponent with a scale up. We'll let him attack, get his triple exalted trigger. Of course, we cannot let our opponent deal damage to us, so we need to chump block, preferably with the Pure Steel if we are allowed to. There's the Apostle's Blessing from my opponent. It's given a protection from artifacts, which is smart because it stops us from Inkmoth Nexus killing next turn. So 1 card left in hand for my opponent. It's unknown. We're going to look at the top of their library here with Mishra's Bubble, Pendlehaven on top. It's actually pretty good for them. Draw Ornithopter, Springleaf Drum. So a couple of shit draws there. The really sweet thing we can do is chump block with Inkmoth Nexus and kill my opponent's Glistener Elf the next time they activate it. It's sort of like stuck in between a little bit of a rock and a hard place with my opinions when it comes to Horizons 2. Because I think in some regards it's probably quite good. What has happened. It's shaken up the format. There's a lot of excitement. There's a lot of new brewed decks. A lot of really cool stuff. But I think that at the same time, they probably just pushed the power levels slightly too far. And we know that their prerogative is not to slow down on that sort of decision anytime soon. Alright, so it's really sweet tech, Inkmoth Nexus against the Glistener Elf. Opponent might be putting Lurrus to hand here. Oh, it actually dies end of turn. Oh, I guess that makes sense. Never mind. I'm a monkey. So that was a great top deck. Hitting the Stoneforge Mystic means we just get the win. So definitely nice taking a win against a big name opponent like M. Haishi. I'm not entirely sure where he is on the leaderboard at the moment, but he's usually up there with a few trophies, right? Surely he's not that far down. Maybe he is. It's a Spiraling Spike on 14. Let's just go out on a limb and say M. Haishi has more trophies than we do. Alright. So, we won the die roll here. On the play, we're seeing Jesse Samek. I'm like very impressed that we managed to take out Infect then. That's wild. So on the play, we have no turn 1 creature, but we can turn 1... This is awkward. We had a 0 drop like Memnite or Ornithopter, this hand would be absolutely busted. Stoneforge is roughly 35 plus, and Steel Shapers are roughly 25. Okay, I think Steel Shapers have come down a little bit from last time I've seen it. I imagine it will probably see a reprint at some point, but when that happens is anyone's guess. I think we keep this hand. I think we lead on the Sigarda's Aid in case my opponent has like a Thoughtseize effect. It's the thing I kind of most want out of my hand. We're fine leaving Paradise Mantle in hand here. It's not ever going to be a target for my opponent's Thoughtseize. It's a monkey deck. Okay, that's really good. Maybe slightly too slow though. Let's cast our Paradise Mantle here. We get like a free equip, don't we? Okay. I guess if we Shadow Spear and then next turn we can just get a hammer and be in a really good spot. As long as they don't Thoughtseize away our Stoneforge Mystic. Our opponent's stealing a hammer. Come on, man. We need that. Ken Burbeck, testing. How you doing, man? Are you testing that that's working? Is everything appearing where it should for you in the chat box this time, Kenny? Apparently, last time the Ken joined, any Twitch chat was appearing up here on my head instead of down next to the Core Spirit Dancer thing. We're just getting lightning bolted? We are. Fuck me, man. Oh. I just want a second mana. I don't want all this shit. Is there an argument to leave Ornithopter in hand there, man? It's exactly what you were testing. Where did it appear, Kenny? Did it appear where it's supposed to? On on my OBS, it's appearing where it's supposed to. It's looking good. I'm not sure what was going on, if it was like an encoding error on OBS's end or on YouTube's end. You'd have to think it's OBS's end. Opponent chooses not to attack with Ravan? What? Why aren't you attacking with this other one? It's very odd. It's one of those games. Well, you're seeing yours, no one else's? Yeah, no one else is commenting currently, Ken. We had Gabby here a minute ago commenting on Twitch's side. Our opponent busy generating value. Didn't want any monkey pirate value for some reason. Maybe he thought we could give haste. Wanted the chump block. He's still not attacking with us. Why? Yeah, why not? Why not? That's what I ask. He's getting a Misha's bobble off of us. Well, it could be worse. Alright, if we hit mana here, we can still chain off a pretty big turn. Oh, here's the Thoughtseers. Yeah, great. That has us close to dead. Not quite dead yet, though. If he takes Pure Steel Paladin, it's much worse for us. I guess if he takes the Hammer, that's pretty bad for us as well. Takes the Pure Steel Paladin. Hey, look, we did it. Let's go ahead and get a Batterbone here. A spicy old Batterbone. Alright, so we'll look to block and then hammer in response. And if our opponent just kills us, our opponent just kills us. They tackle out, I'll take the creature I can guarantee block, which is the Ragavan. I'll guarantee kill that despite something happening to Hammer. Sure. Playing more guys. Fatal Push. Cool. Well, yeah, we didn't even get close. Like, if we had a mana like 3 turns earlier, maybe. I think I like my creature removal. I think I like my core firewalkers and my unearth here. Esper Sentinel is a pretty strong medium in my opinion. Oh, Gerber has commented, you're surprised how expensive and hyped Ragavan is? I guess you don't understand. It's also like a legacy card. The hype is you can dash it, which for 2 mana, which gives it haste, protects it from sorcery speed removal. It essentially replaces itself as long as it hits the player, and it gives you mana to cast a spell as well. Like, it's pretty darn strong, in my opinion. You also have to consider that other markets other than Modern are going to be upping the price of Ragavan. Commander, Legacy, Vintage even. Like, It's the most busted style card that could go in a Delver deck that's been printed in a long time. And with the Dragon Claw thing, Delver might even be obsolete, and you just have like red Delver now. I don't know if we want Esper Sentinels or not. I don't really think we want discard. Excuse me. Soul Guide Lanterns have some applicability as well. We could probably look to trim on Hammer, Steel Shapers. I like having my drums. I might get rid of the Paradise Mantle though. We saw how awkward that can be. Guess we just don't have room for Esper Sentinel. Trimmer Mystic, Trimmer Memnite. Alright, guess that will do. I guess it's just confusing to you because it doesn't do anything. If it doesn't hit your opponent, yeah, I mean, that's true. But, like, most creatures don't do anything if they don't get in for damage on the attack, right? Sand seems pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and keep. Turn 1, a Sagada's Aid with double Ornithopter. I think our life total is a little bit of a concern here. There could be a world where we cycle away the Silent Clearings. I think we're probably safer to go for the Godless Shrine rather than paying the Silent Clearing tax every time. The other really good thing about it, Geber, is in like an even board state where you're like top decking, the turn you play it, it does something. Like you can attack with it the turn you play it. So it seems pretty strong to me. Opponent's just got the discard, so we just lose our best card. Ornithopters don't do anything here. It's like, unlike if you top deck Hand Disruption and it does nothing when everyone's hands are empty, if you top deck a dash creature with haste, amazing. Opponent worked hard for that one. Cool. Well, this is like almost the exact opposite of last game. Well, Luris to hand, it's very likely just getting discarded though, and then we're probably losing from there. Yeah, opponent's just holding up mono control this game. We can top deck and Tome. We can top deck like a Hammer. Things similar. Even like Core Firewalker would be decent, but it does die to Fatal Push, which my opponent has. And they will most likely be favoring Fatal Push as the removal spell as opposed to Lightning Bolt. Because although Lightning Bolt goes face, it doesn't kill a creature that has Hammer already down on it. Deadhorde Arcanist! We're back in Deadhorde Arcanist meta, are we? Well, isn't that lovely? So, go ahead and cycle this Silent Clearing. Excellent. Well, we've actually drawn something now. But yeah, there's... I mean, this is an attack trigger, isn't it? It's so bullshit that he doesn't have to deal damage to do this rubbish. Like, it feels so cheap to me. I don't even want to get my good enchantment. Maybe he forgets to attack. Okay. If our opponent wasn't just like mono control deck this game, that would have been swell. Fuck off, man. Honestly, fuck off. What a fucking load of crap. Not only does our opponent have the absolute perfect removal lined up for us this entire game, but on top of that, everything we're drawing is out of sequence too. Yes, it's not technically over. Core Firewalker could do work. I should really be blocking there. Whatever. I'm like ready to hit concede regardless, so. Alright, on to the next one. That's enough mono hand disruption and removal. Even had the engineered explosives for good measure just to get rid of our just to get rid of the Sagada's aid. Just so redundant. How do I feel about how good do I feel Enchantress would be right now? Looks like a fun deck to you. I was watching Phil Gallagher play a league with it. I think I'm only partway through that. I think Enchantress is possibly stronger than Bogle's is at the moment. It's a very different deck that requires reasonably high thought process. Definitely keeping this. Yeah, it's probably better because it does more. It just does. Turn 2 Ornithopter is the best Ornithopter. I think I want to wait slightly longer on Pure Steel Paladin. So we'll just run out and get our hammer. Threaten hammer on Ornithopter. If they path the Ornithopter, we can play the Paladin. One artifact short of enabling Metalcraft. It's Fairy Time Raveler. Guess we might as well use the mana now and enchant our creature. Always yield, always yes. So likely they go after the hammer here. Actually, they probably go after the creature to do the whole summoning sickness thing. They do. Seems fine. Batterbone. Batterbone's not bad. So we can actually go ahead and cast that now, get the draw trigger. And we'll zero equip this one across onto Ornithopter, so we sort of have two creatures that are threatening. Obviously, we're a bit weak to Verdict in this spot. Esper Sentinel seems like it will be good in this matchup, though. And with the Path to Exile. So our opponent has already cast their first non-creature spell this turn. Let's just go ahead and attack my opponent's face. Ignore the Teferi. So we'll wait on this Esper Sentinel until post-combat. There's likely antics like Snapcaster Mage Path or something. Right. This he probably does not want resolving. If he's using counter magic on that, it strengthens Luris's position though. Alright, Luris to hand. We just need to find a good spot to play the Luris now. Opponent at their turn 5. Teferi goes up to 3 tokens. 3 loyalty. They hit the Jace. Jace draws instead of bouncing creature. He's definitely got some description of removal here. It's a fantastic draw. Alright, and there is the Path to Exile that we had the read on. I'm not entirely sure what my opponent did was correct, by the way. He knows about Luris, he knows about Esper Sentinel, and he's just given us a free chance to get Esper Sentinel onto the battlefield, which seems really good for me at this point. Let's look at our opponent's top card. Supreme Verdict on top. I mean, yeah, when you're resetting a Verdict to top, I guess you're resetting a Verdict to top. We do get to draw a card unless they pay 1. Was there a world where we equipped this and made it bigger? This is equipped 5. No, there was not. Alright, well, my opponent's play suddenly makes a decent chunk more sense. The hard thing here is going to be sticking a creature against these planeswalkers. Hopefully we can find Inkmoth Nexus and get there with Inkmoth Nexus, although my opponent's card advantage is getting a bit ridiculous now, and instant speed is shut off for us. What is Sigarda does not invalidate Teferi, right? That would just seem a little bit too good for us. A little bit too convenient, I would say. I'll thin my library as best as I can. I'd really like to have the Hexproof aura here and give my... Sorry, Hexproof equipment here and give my Stoneforge Mystic Hexproof. Unfortunately, that is not in the deck. We'll get a Shadow Spear. We'll get a hammer. I do want to just try testing instant speed Shadow Spear, except it skipped through my entire attack step. I guess we can try casting it end step, and yeah, we can't cast it end step. Gotcha. You know, and you're in trouble when they tick the Jace up, the Teferi up, ignoring the card draw portion of the Teferi. He's got a million answers here, I guarantee it. Let's try for the Colossus Hammer here. Try our darndest. He's got the Solitude. Exiling our creature. He just gets to hardcast this. Sure. I wish I could pay mana to get the living weapon going on my Batterbone. Unfortunately, that's not the way the card works. The difference Hexproof would have made while my opponent was tapped up. I guess I just Teferi bounce the equipment though, the artifact. And do the exact same move. So it really does nothing. And we have enough mana to Batterbone, so we might as well do that. We're 1 mana off of actually equipping the hammer. Sure. All of that is undone by a little Planeswalker activation. Alright, so we actually activate the equip on the hammer. Another Solitude. Get some information about our opponent's deck before we concede. Prismatic Ending. God, that's a nightmare as well. All this stuff exiles, so Welding Jar is very not helpful. We're going to want our Thoughtseize. Fracture is pretty decent as well. Esper Sentinel seems good. Unearth seems okay against specifically Verdict. So we probably want to swarm the board fast. As fast as we can. I kind of like Batterbone's side, which says living weapon, if I'm being honest. Alright, let's go something like that. All I know is I'm really being made to work for it here. I was very surprised that we got the victory against Infect, but that was the power of Inkmoth Nexus in that spot. Sound is obviously pretty reasonable. It's got triple Ornithopter, which is garbage, but Esper Sentinel is really good. It's a mana short of starting to do stuff. I'm going to keep this off the strength of Esper Sentinel. I'm not really sure I need to unload every Ornithopter onto the battlefield in this spot either, by the way. If there were Memnites, they would be better here, but worse against Lava Dart decks, right? Excellent. So we miss our land drop, as is customary for us. And our hand is clogged up with 2 mana effects. I mean, Pure Steel Paladin is a good card to draw. And it gets a Triome. Looks like they are just happy to hold up counter magic pretty much indefinitely. We'll go for the hammer here. That way, if and when we resolve the Paladin, we can just equip. My opponent's just not casting any spells. This is terrible for us. And oh, what the fuck, man? Why are we drawing all our 2-drops? What the hell is actually going on? I love when I come here to play Magic and this shit happens. Opponent doesn't miss a single land drop. Oh, buddy. Oh, boy. We get our Memnite. Let's go. What a fucking tragic story this game is. I'm pretty sure my opponent's just gearing up for a massive fuck-off Terminus here, too. He's still not cast a spell. Let me draw land, dude. Fuck off. I called the Terminus. I fucking called it. Bounce it. Bounce it. Make my day. Alright. Deck hates me. Deck hates me. Just not happening. Not without the lucky Urza Saga. Maybe that's like a way too greedy hand to keep. But honestly, I don't think it's that far off of just being amazing. Our opponent gave us all the time in the world to just empty our hand. And we were just unable to empty our hand because we didn't hit our second mana. I feel like in a different spot, we win that pretty hard. In another world. Sad times. So, like, obviously the difference Urza Saga makes is when you have all these 0 mana artifacts on the board, if Urza Saga is your land you're playing, you tap it, you make a 5/5 construct. Gets bigger for your artifacts. Then you get another construct. And then you get to tutor up, you know, your hammer. Your Shadow Spear, whatever it might be. Jeez. Search your library for an artifact that card with converted mana cost 0 or 1. Put it onto the battlefield. Shuffle your library. I love how like it doesn't even get cast. It just it's on the battlefield now. There's no chance for you to respond. No chance for you to counter it. It never goes to hand. It can't get discarded. It just automatically goes onto the battlefield. It's so stupid. Alright, match number 4 versus Eke Ross. We won the Dyro, are on the play. Have this hand, which, in my opinion, is a keep. Alright, we'll slam down that Sagada's Aid, pass the turn, and see what happens shortly. So next turn's interesting. We actually have the turn 3 kill if we Inkmoth Nexus, hold up Colossus Hammer. Yeah, bear, you wonder how much more Blood Moon is going to be played because of Urza's though? I mean, yeah, that's probably true, but you need Blood Moon plus probably Utopia Sprawl. You need to pretty much be on Ponza. Getting out turn 3 Blood Moon is not good enough in that matchup. And if you consider, for example, we were in a world where Affinity was the number 1 Urza's Saga deck, it really doesn't shut them down that hard. You might get their Urza's Saga, and they're unable to play any other Urza's Saga because they get sacrificed to state-based effects. But they can utilize the mountains to cast their other cards that are just generic mana. Alright, this big slow play on the Steam Vents here. Look out, people. It's a complicated turn 1. Does he want to Serum Visions or does he want to hold up Lightning Bolt? I can safely say that if my opponent was to hold up Lightning Bolt, it makes my job a lot harder. And, oh, it's a food deck. Okay. We'll play our guy, pass the turn. See if they got that discard. They discard Metallic Rebuke. It's true. You're excited to slam down your hand with Affinity. Yeah. Like, Affinity is probably going to just empty its hand anyway. But, like, it might shut off their later game with their Thought Monitors and Thought Casts. For, like, Prime Titan decks, it's still equally as good against Prime Titan as what it was previously. I'd be very surprised if Pure Steel Paladin ended up living the turn. Here's Asmalema. He just has to sack 2 foods to kill us. Okay. So we chose the wrong line. Galvanic Blast. Good to know. Ornithopter. Get double Sagada's Ace triggers just in case they fizzle the first effect. We can put it onto a second guy. I think we probably just win here off of double hammer. As a Saga, my opponent was obviously able to either rent them or purchase them. It seems like so shit that I can't rent Urza's Saga with my subscription. Like, I know it's probably a card that's in demand, but honestly, what's the point of having a rental service if you can't rent the card you need? Oh, Dash Pirate. Let's go. I think we just go off to the little pirate here. I don't see how my opponent has double active on a Asmora. Go on, sack those foods, opponent. Sack those foods. Sack them away. What's the play now? Always yes, always yield. Okay. Opponent concedes. Magic was freaking out. It didn't want to double equip then. Awesome. So we're versing an Asmora deck. Is hand disruption even good against that? Love imagining how little Ornithopter with 2 giant hammers. Yeah, he can no longer fly through the air. He's just like trudging along the ground with these 2 massive hammers that are weighing him down. But just is an absolute wrecking ball. I love that. That's absolutely brilliant. So Core Firewalker is good. I think Fracture is good. I think Fatal Push is good. Graveyard Hate is probably good. Esper Sentinel also probably good. I don't think I want Thoughtseize. I think this is probably enough stuff to bring in. Back to trimming on the usual culprits. So like in this matchup, Batterbone actually seems pretty decent to me. But maybe that's just wins more. Rather than just being outwardly good. We can probably trim a mana source as well. Fuck, I want to bring in so many cards. Goodbye, Memnites. Alright, we'll nick off a Bobble as well. Of course, last time I checked, Ornithopter does not have wheels, so I don't know how it goes moving along the ground with these hammers. It'd have to be pretty slow and clunky. Looking like a little bit washed out here. It's magic? Yeah, it is magic. Look at it go. Magic is as magic does. Okay. Go ahead and get our companion. We have Kill Spell, we have Esper Sentinel. We have like everything that's not an artifact. I think this is probably fine. There's definitely hands with this deck where you're more controlling. Rather than just being a straight up combo deck. This looks like a perfectly serviceable control game. Alright, let's see how hard our opponent has to work for someone else more. Probably not very. Should be noted he's mulligan to 5 cards now. I saw like the most disgusting Asmora deck when I was watching Phil play. They're running like 4 colors for Asmora. It's like, sure, whatever. Making 1 million food. They've got Gilded Goose as well. And then they just like slam down an Urza with all that like food token. All of which can tap for blue mana. And you're just like, oh, that's just like a little bit disgusting. Opponent, Cookbook to hand. We find a 0-drop. Go ahead and kill our opponent's guy. Pass the turn. The really sweet thing about Esper Sentinel is it enables Metalcraft as well. I versed a humans player that was running this, and he just absolutely destroyed me after resolving his Paladin Priest. I was on Bogles, of course, and I was like... And then he resolved a second pallet fucking Priest thing. And I was locked off 1 and 2 mana. I'm like, well, I guess I never get to cast an enchantment. I'm like, cool. fun magic things. Wow, this is a very thought-provoked turn for whatever reason. Don't you just play your free cookbook and then just start making food? If he's got something more impressive than that, I'm sure he'll do it. I sort of think maybe I want that new... Again, they keep like... This set, for some reason, they made like 1 million different humans. They even made like some green-white human that gets to... Is it bolster the creatures? Whatever the wording was. If they have a 1/1 counter on it, you can sink a mana into your creature to then... then buff... Give it another 1/1 counter. I'm just like... That's absurd. It's absurdly powerful because the amount of games where I've played humans and I've had mana that I'm doing nothing with. And if I could have been bolstering that whole time, it would just be really strong. Okay. Make a food. Bring a steam vents. Thought monitor discarded. Sure. But like the stupid thing is that card's just not even good enough for humans or for modern. But yeah, that was a 2 mana white creature with protection from black that does stuff with graveyards. Oh, an Emery. Fucking Jesus. Got the Thought Monitor, got the Emery. Okay. Calm down a little bit, opponent. Galvanic Blast and Vandal Blast to the graveyard. Opponent's got Vandal Blast? Are you fucking kidding me? That's so stupid, dude. I probably should have played the Inkmoth Nexus there instead of the Horizon, the fetch land. We'll save next turn for Esper Sentinel plus Pure Steel Paladin. At which point we'll have Metalcraft enabled, but no artifacts on the board, so... then we draw a 0 mana artifact. What the heck are they playing? They're playing a food pile, Gerber. They're playing a food pile. Asmora is like that stupid that you can just jam any cards together. They've probably got Urza in the deck because you see Emery here. It's just like blue-red good stuff. Blue-red good artifact stuff. Asmora, well, our creatures are fucking doomed now. Because he had a second one of this. Did he discard the Mishra's Bubble to the Underworld Cookbook and then bring it back with the Emery? It just feels so dirty. Enabling them to cast the next Asmora. Like, why, dude? Why? Zero drop? Zero drop? Oh, that's not a 0 drop. I'm like tossing up whether or not to just play the hammer this turn and then... Because there's no way Paladin's living. Esper Sentinel is probably getting destroyed as well. Not quite sure how we get there. Whatever they're playing, it's absolutely slapping us around right now. It's got some similarities to the Urza bridge decks, right? Because they probably have Urza. They probably still have Goblin Engineer as well. And then they might just take out the Whir of Invention package and replace it with Asmora here. Or Asmorano. I think that's more how people say its name. Nikachu went through the great lengths of saying the entire name when he made a video about the card. Zeza Saga. Yeah, hooray. Oh, he gets Thought Monitor back? Isn't this lovely? Huh? Fuck Affinity. Play this deck, Gerber. Hell's Kitchen. Yeah, it definitely feels like we're in Hell's Kitchen right now. Although I do believe there's also an artifact called Hell's Kitchen, which gives you the whole combo of antics. Hey, look, another Esper Sentinel. Let's go. Opponent wanted to do that before killing our creature. That's very kind of them. This is like not even attacking. It's such a free attack for 3 as well. He's down to 1 card in hand. Oh, and we draw Firewalker too? Bruh. This card's kind of good in this spot. Saga's going to start making giant construct tokens though. I feel like we're still deck thinning. Feels really good, the idea of putting a hammer on a Firewalker. That's just like too greedy, because we can get a big creature and start attacking. Chant maybe Stoneforge Mystic. Whatever we look to equip, they're probably going to look to kill. They can double food here, which means they have access to 2 kill spells this turn. So even if we Paladin and equip something like Stoneforge Mystic, he can still shoot down 2 creatures. Let's get out our core Firewalker so they can't shoot down the creature that we want to equip. And our opponent does just get like a free kill spell a turn. They could they can't kill the Firewalker though. But they could kill any other creature by doing 2 actives and dealing 12 damage to it. Alright, so this is just free discard fodder. I'm pretty sure you can activate the discard without anything in hand. I could be wrong on that though. How are you finding Modern Horizons 2, Rosenorn? Or Rosen... Yeah, I think it's just Rosenorn or Rosenorn. Something like that. There's definitely some wild stuff going on in Magic at the moment. Opponent cycles a Street Wraith. Cycles another Street Wraith. That's pretty good. So he's probably looking for some artifact hate right now. They make a construct. Like, how big's it going to be? They've got 5 food here. 6, 7, 8, 9. They make an artifact. It's a 10/10 creature. It's so dumb. Bruh, I don't like getting smacked like this. Another paladin. I like the fact it only hits creatures and can't deal 6 damage to our face, though. That's kind of nice. I wonder if they thought in advance that, like, food tokens give you 3 life and sacking 2 of them deals 2 damage. Whether that was an actual thought process that Wizards of the Coast went through. Could be just a chump block with maybe Thought Monitor. That's what I would probably be doing in this spot, rather than trading multiple things. Oh, they can just, yeah, fuck, that's bad. They could just trade a construct token with our 12th powered core Firewalker. Alright, maybe that was a hasty attack. As much as it feels good to have this construct... Oh wait, the construct's not even off the battlefield. They hit a 3rd cookbook? Okay. Fuck. Just, that attack is purely just grieving myself. Jesus Christ, man. What are we supposed to do against 2, like, 16 power creatures? Actually, 2 17 power creatures. Oh, we're so boned. I think we cycle Silent Clearing here. It's probably better than putting Luris to hand. Ah, yes, perfect. My Ornithopter. That will do something. Yes, maybe putting Luris to hand was the better play. This is so fucking wild. We are in hell right now. Opponent is running down their clock, though. So if this goes to a game 3, we might be favored to win on time. And through these complex board states. I wonder what artifact they're going to go for if they run out of cookbooks. Ah, yes. Opponent makes the construct token. Very good. Yeah, I think Luris to hand last turn was just strictly better. I was expecting a little bit more counter magic from my opponent than what we're seeing as well. Quad cookbook. Holy smokes. I can't believe he's not firing off and decimating my board state a little bit. Even if he has smaller construct tokens, it still seems pretty good to me. Because he can shoot 2 free creatures a turn. And if he just sacks another 4 artifacts, he can just wipe my entire board almost. Yes, Stoneforge Mystic would take a little bit more. It's got to be worth doing though, right? Leaving me with nothing? I think they're overthinking this. We lose us to Esper Sentinels finally. Oh, that's right. They got the cookbook, but they didn't need to cast it. I was wondering why I didn't draw anything with Esper Sentinel, but Urza Saga is just extra fucking bonkers. Yes, yes. We'll see if they want to kill a creature in response to this. What are they going after now? Create a food token. Always yield to this shit. Always yield to this shit. Opponent is definitely flexing a little bit here right now. We've all been known to do it at times. Let's see if we get the ETB trigger where we get to draw a card. Looks like they're just killing the guy. Very wise from our opponent. Wise magician. See, like, they could have just done that 2 turns earlier, honestly, and left us with nothing. Oh, a spell bomb as well to do a different way of shooting the Ornithopter. Yep. Let's out of principle get rid of Asmarano. Get out of here, you. Okay. I'm unsure as to whether or not we want Thoughtseers. I'm still leaning on the side of no. The real thing I'm learning this league is I would really like my equipment which gives hexproof, haste hexproof. I think it's Swift Boots. Swift Boots, I've wanted it so many times so far. Opponent did like a pretty competent job of playing around Esper Sentinel. It might be different if we're on the play, but at best if it's drawing us 1 card, is it really good enough? I'm going to go out on a limb and say probably not. Let's just minus like 1 more Mystic and get back into it. Maybe it could be a hammer instead of the Mystic, actually. I think I like that. Alright, so we've seen possibly the best of what Hell's Kitchen has to offer. Let's see if we can beat that now. Nice, nice wait timer right now. Come on, opponent. You just slapped us hard. Sideboarding can't be that difficult, right? Not at this point. I kind of feel like I want more Fatal Push than I have in the deck as well. Seems slow, but it probably has our best creature in it, so we'll keep. Here I think I'll just get a basic. With 2 silent clearings, it's unlikely I'm going to need double black, and unlikely I'm going to be cycling both. Alright, let's see how hard turn 1 Asmarano is. Opponent keeping A7 this time. There it is. Enabled. Look at you, Street Wraith. Undermining complex card design. And there he is. Asmarano has hit the table. There's the cookbook. Misha's bauble for good measure as well. Don't forget about the Misha's bauble. It hasn't forgotten about you. We can keep Ornithopter in hand because it doesn't really add much information-wise, in my opinion. If this is my opponent's only creature, the Pro Red Encore Firewalker will allow us to attack pretty easily. I wonder if Urza's Saga is available yet. Still not available. How unfortunate. I wonder if I can get one copy. No. That is so busted. If a card is that in demand, I've never seen that before. Where, like, what is it? A week or two after the release of a set, a card's still not available for rent. There's the cookbook. Almost like it took thought process to play that cookbook. Oh, an Emery. Great. This Mish's Bowl is going to be coming back every turn from next turn. Wonderful. I feel very nervous about if they have an Urza's Saga as well. Obviously, once hit the graveyard, they shouldn't be able to return that though. They can't. Another Mish's Bobble. My opponent's had two? Fuck off, man. Stop just nutting it. That's not fair. I'm gonna Batterbone and start attacking and gaining life. We can't wait on the Pure Steel Paladin here. Alright, Lifelink Vigilance Pro Red. Let's not blow ourselves out against some giant construct this time. They just got that fucking that fucking Daredevil thing again. just stop. I will say that both Emery and Urza are cards I largely despise. And the fact that this deck is utilizing them and two busted cards from the new set probably means the deck's pretty good. We still haven't seen Urza from the opponent yet though, which seems odd because you think they'd want extra construct tokens, right? Alright, that clock's slowly ticking down. Opponent's at 6 minutes now. We might time them. Never know. I think they've spent 4 minutes this game already. I know they've got 7 cards in hand, but at the very least, activating Cookbook for food token should be pretty straightforward. Oh, he just has explosives on too. Of fucking course. How is that a 2-minute thought timer? How is this a 2-minute thought timer? Are you kidding me, dude? Where do you get off? Are you thinking, oh, I'm dead to, like, him top decking a fucking... I can hammer him to 1. That's the best I can do. And... that card's not good enough. Guess we just take this turn to lure us to hand here. So we know that next turn we can Stoneforge plus the Colossus Hammer. Actually, maybe we play a 0-drop there. I don't know. My Lurus feels really bad when his Asmarano is just shooting it for free at this point. Hey, look, he saw the line. He didn't take 2 minutes to think about cracking the explosives. And he can get it back with Emery. Hooray! What a fun, nifty, neat interaction. Why aren't you attacking with Asmarano? Oh, that's tapping to return Bauble. Gotcha. Gotcha. He's doing slightly more busted things than what we initially assumed. Ooh, ooh. Hello, Ragavan. Welcome to the party, my monkey friend. What a love of these monkey pirates. Is it cold in Australia right now? Yeah, I'm in South Australia and currently we are in winter. I don't know, it's probably, we're getting like 15-degree days Celsius, which is probably different to your Fahrenheit you're used to. Basically, comfortable temperature for me is anywhere from like 15 to probably 23. And hot here in Australia is obviously like 40 is pretty disgusting. I think we're just empty hands. So, welcome back, BDC. How have you been, man? Oh wait, emptying hand means I can't hammer. Oh god. I'm tired. I shouldn't be playing magic decks. If I didn't even realize that, I'm just opening up my Pure Steel Paladin to get destroyed. He probably waits. He might just look to value me for 2 mana here, but Pure Steel Paladin should 100% be in hand right now. Loose plays are loose. Of course, our opponent pretty effortlessly hits their sideboard tech of engineered explosives, and for the second game in a row, our graveyard hate at Soul Guide Lantern is non-existent. Good, you've been playing Bogles. How are Bogles going for you? What build are you on? What colors are you running? Opponent has 3 minutes left, 3 minutes 40 on the clock. It's close here. Yeah, he might be putting explosives on one. Let's see what happens. If he actually lets me untack with Pure Steel Paladin, I think that's a mistake. He's embering for Misha's Bobble? That seems super greedy. Sure, my creature's dead. I should not have played that creature. I pretty much threw the game doing that. Currently on green-white, but you're saving up for Bant. You bought 4 Misty Rainforest. It's a good time to buy Misty Rainforest. Now you're just waiting for the price on Force of Negation to go down a bit. What's Force of Negation at the moment? If we top deck another hammer here, we actually get the win. We do not top deck the hammer. So we have enough mana to Lurus plus Pure Steel Paladin. My opponent can shoot down 2 creatures. So presumably our opponent is not a monkey. Unlike the Ragavan. $90 still? I thought the reprint would have brought the price down. Is the reprint only in like the collector boxes or collector boosters? So we can cycle silent clearings here, one silent clearing, and look to find another equipment, like another hammer, and we have a guaranteed win. I think we look for the guaranteed win, right? Alright, let's kick things off with the logical play, which is Colossus Hammer. We'll target the Ornithopter because it's the only creature that doesn't have its own power. Yeah, its original art version is in collector boxes. Okay, but did it get a normal printing as well? So see, I can't do that and Pure Steel Paladin. Let's cycle a silent clearing. Fuck. Force negation actually went up in price? Wow. That seems crazy. It gets a reprint, it goes up in price. I don't get it. Cool, double Sigarda's Aid. I think we're dead. I might just look to chump block his creatures and then amass a board state that shoots our opponent down over time. Galvanic Blast on top of the Spell Bomb, but he Galvanic Blasts face. That seems reasonable. So it's only in collector boxes. Interesting. Very interesting. Bona is like extremely unfortunate if they don't lose on time here, considering how long it took them to play an explosives onto. When our board state was Firewalker plus Batterbone. I kid you not, it took him 2 full minutes. You're also kind of like looking at building Bant because it would be better in Legacy. I tried playing some Bant in Legacy and it was absolutely awful, BDC. The great thing about Legacy is you have access to Force of Will. The horrible thing about Bogles in Legacy is everyone else has access to Force of Will. And obviously that's not super ideal. I feel like we take 3. Opponents literally just dropped another 30 seconds off their clock this turn. Spell Bomb the face, bring back Spell Bomb. Seems like a line that would make sense. If we hit land, we can go Lurrus plus Core Firewalker. Oh, it's super close. It is super close here. We put ourselves to 2 and we're dead to Spell Bomb. I don't like that. Sorry, I got a bit distracted by trying to find a winning line here, but there just isn't one. So yeah, the thing that ends up happening when you play in Legacy, our opponent gets a very... I think it was winning, but his time constraints on his deck, he was pushing it to the limit. So yeah, playing Bant Bogles in Legacy, you get access to Force of Negation, you get access to Force of Will. The problem is you're using your Force of Wills to resolve your hexproof creature even before you play an aura. It's a really bad feeling. I played one league probably something like 3 to 6 months ago, and it's a very not good feeling. And then you're just fighting over your counter, like, then they've got counter spells, actual counter spells for when you try to cast your auras. And like, on top of that, Daze exists in the format, and Daze is just like really, really good. I think if you're looking at something like Legacy, on top of that, like Legacy, if you want to play it properly in Legacy, you need reserve listed lands, and maybe you can get away with owning like one of each of the colors. So like one Tundra, Tropical Island, and whatever the other one is that I can't think of. And replace the others with shocks. But like, it's still just not as good, right? Alright, match 5, Sunbird. And currently Hammer Time is looking weaker to me than Bogle's, but at the same time, we don't have Urza's Mine. So that sucks. It'd be good if we had a way to get our stuff on the board. Opponent won the die roll on the play. He's mulliganing. I'm going to do the same. I think we can definitely find a better 6 than that. It's like reasonable, just not great. Alright, we'll keep this bottom of Memnite. I guess we can get artifacts which are not hammer and still give ourselves a decent clock. Codex Shredder. Are we versing Lantern Control? 2021 and Lantern Control is still here and going fine. We can actually beat Ensnaring Bridge, strangely enough, with an instant speed hammer. Wouldn't say it's the most likely thing in the world. Fire off our thing. Oh, wow. Lantern Control with Urza's Saga. Oh, fuck my life, man. Great draw, though. It's a really great draw. But it's down to 2 cards in hand already. That is so absurd. What the fuck, dude? Did opponent self-mill then? So he's digging for something. Right. Hello, happy little construct token. We get the Paladin here. Paladin can be for future turns because I'm just getting my attack happening here. Opponent gets a 4/4 creature to block with. Not sure about that one, Chief. It could be right to like not cast a second effect there and then just play a Stoneforge Mystic and wait out an extra turn. I kind of like getting damage down, but there's a large possibility our line was wrong because it's mana inefficient. And we've got a very awkward hand. With this, though, we can just get Trample, Attack, and win, and we win against anything except Ensnaring Bridge, but Ensnaring Bridge is very, very good against us. So opponent can't actually get Urza's Ensnaring Bridge with the Urza's Saga. I guess we can see what else they can find. Crucible of Worlds. Oh, it's right back. Wow. That was going for a while, wasn't it? Holy smokes, man. Hey, look, an Inkmoth Nexus. I totally don't need to shock there, but we'll just posture as if we have multiple equipments we can search out. So the artifact has to be Shadow Spear here. Top of my library is now a Sagada's Aid. I must say, Lantern Control is a little bit terrifying. Alright, we won't quite have lethal at this point. Opponent gives regen shield to the construct, which seems pretty smart actually. Fortunately, we do have the Stoneforge Mystic in hand, so we can fetch up another hammer and deal lethal next turn. But this may have been like a very difficult spot. We get to deal 6, put him to 2. And yeah, regen shield taps the creature, which is important. I was at a team GP in 2019, 2018 or 19. I think it was 2019, a team modern GP. And one of the judges didn't know that regeneration returned the creature to the battlefield tapped, and it unfairly lost some friends a game. It wasn't it didn't lose me a game specifically, but it unfairly lost some friends a game. The gas just keeps on coming. Target player mills a card. Opponent with the self-mill wants to show me more of that deck of his. Each player mills. Okay. You might... I don't know. Why doesn't he just go after me and look to get rid of the any more Colossus Hammers in case I'm light on them? It's unlikely I'm just running 2 or 3 Colossus Hammers, but it might be right to shuffle Lantern. Assume I have 3 hammers. Shuffle Lantern and try to double mill. I'm supposed to play Pure Steel Paladin there. I'm a monkey. I'm as much of a monkey as Ravikant. Okay. Right. That's really unfortunate. That would not kill Stoneforge Mystic. In any case, I think we have the win regardless. So, opponent randomly with the Dranon lock. It's pretty wild. I thought we just had the win there. Goodbye, cranial plating. You served us well. Elixir of Immortality on top. Probably not the card they're looking for. Note they can have double construct here, but we have a flying infector. So, Screen of Mine is getting very, very difficult to navigate. With all of the revealed cards and the triggers and the stacks and where everything is going. Academy Runes on top of my opponent's library. I think we're still fine here. So next turn we have a pretty easy animate on Inkmoth Nexus. That enables Metalcraft for us to double equip onto the Stoneforge Mystic. Another Urza's Saga for the opponent. This Crucible of Worlds is going ham. What the fuck? What do you mean? Ah, opponent names Inkmoth Nexus with a Pithing Needle. That was sneaky. Okay. I guess we can't do that line. Let's see what we can draw off of Silent Clearing here. Misha's Bobble, fantastic. Equip 0. Equip 0. Not paying super close attention to what's in his hand. I might have missed something. This should be pretty good against most things. Opponent concedes. Cool. Okay. Loading gel. Not sure how good Thoughts is in matchups like this. Can see like that pile being pretty good. I think Esper Sentinel is probably really good here. Random Pithing Needle. We're back to the metagame of random tutorable one-drop artifacts for utility. Spell bombs, Pithing Needles, you name it. Urza Saga has brought them all back. So it doesn't seem like a matchup where Batterbone is going to be super important in my opinion. I think we can trim a little bit like that. A little bit on the hammer. A little bit on Steel Shapers, Stoneforge Mystic, and Unearth is probably just a bit greedy. Alright, let's get into it. Opponent keeping a 7. This hand doesn't really do very much in my opinion. I think we're better off mulliganing. I want to play some sort of pressure turn 1. If we can get like an Esper Sentinel turn 1 as well, I think that's really strong. So this is obviously a significantly stronger hand. Bottom of Windswept Heath, get into it. Fucking Thoughtseize, fuck off mate. Fuck off. Every damn time. I swear I didn't have that main deck. And then post board, just bam. Now this hand is looking super average. Although, Colossus Hammer is kind of nice. What am I doing? I should have Cigar dated there. That's very loose of me. For some reason, I had in my head that I could Inkmoth plus Sentinel's Aid and Cigar's Aid, and we've been punished to the absolute brim. That is good, though. Opponent might have to play some Fair Magic soon. Maybe. Don't request that too soon. I think in a world where my opponent has a million discard spells, we're probably better off just committing to the battlefield there. Fortunately, this Esper Sentinel is kind of late in my opinion. Because now my opponent's just going to look to make construct tokens and kill us that way. Play out the second Inkmoth Nexus, then we can attack for 2 Infect next turn. Alright, the constructs, they're coming to get us. Look out. Oh wait, opponent just goes for Pithing Needle and shuts down our Inkmoth Nexuses, doesn't he? So fucking dumb. What is magic at the moment, dude? What is magic at the moment? This is so stupid. And then Soul Guide Lantern to exile our Sentinel's Aid. Wait, he goes for Esper Sentinel instead of Sagada's Aid? Seems incorrect. It's actually pretty good. Alright, let's just go for Ornithopter Beats. About the best we're going to get. But these constructs, we're going to be facing some damage, I'll tell you that much. Elixir of Immortality is fine. Free cards is also fine. Chump block that very, very sadly. Okay, this all seems pretty reasonable to me. So this is like... I've never seen a world before where... the Lantern player gets to go so hard on the beatdowns. Like, this is a little bit absurd and broken. Like, am I just dead here? I just am. There's just no outplay. Maybe if we leave back on chump blocks, but then how do we kill? This fucking Pithing Needle that they get for free off a land trigger is just way too strong. Alright. On to sideboarding. That is actually insane. Not really sure if I want to change too much. Fatal Push just for construct tokens seems a little bit air to me. Don't forget that the Fracture does hit my opponent's Urza's Saga potentially before he turns it into a land. Good old hands without mana. No colored mana, not keeping that. One of those Mish's Baubles was like an Ornithopter. We could have kept. This hand, however, is a keep. So I will keep. I feel like I ditched the Pure Steel Paladin here. As crazy as that may sound. Maybe it's just Inkmoth Nexus and hope to hit mana. Inkmoth Nexus doesn't tap for mana anyway. Alright, so let's get our Godless Shrine. Bring it in. Alright, so I'm on Esper Sentinel. And pretty big board, not bad. Have you got the Thoughtseize opponent? Lantern of Insight. Thank you, I'll take my card draw. Oh, Soul Guide Lantern. Brilliant. And for some reason that's like that. Let's move that way. Thoughtseize our opponent. So this is the game where they've got Ensnaring Bridge. Double Lantern, Codex Shredder. We'll just take the bridge, and if they want to play these lanterns and things, that is fine. Wait. Can't quite do what I was wanting to do. Let's just go ahead and get rid of that ensnaring bridge. Attack. Really don't like this silent clearing on top. That makes me sad. Oh, they hit the Emery. Well, Soul Guide Lantern is good. So it's Emery for next turn. Opponent pays the mana to deny the card draw. Seems Emery is coming. Do we want to keep the Lantern around? I think I'm fine drawing a card here. So I have to add a mana to draw a card. So we'll tap out Ornithopter, get our card draw happening. Wording Jar on top. Wording Jar is nice. Ornithopter, not so much. Lurrus to hand seems fine here because it's really good in conjunction with Soul Guide Lantern. And my opponent needs to hit discard to punish that. We know all 3 cards in their hand, none of them are discard. Opponent self-mills the Emery. Takes the Urza's Saga. Understandable, Urza's Saga is a card that can just take over the game. Lantern of Insight. Pays for the Lantern. Let's get our Lurrus out, get our Soul Guide Lantern back from the grave, attack for 1. Again, we know our opponent's hand, we know the top of their library. We can do this pretty freely. I would be surprised if our opponent let us draw Shadow Spear, but there's a possibility. Okay, they mill the Shadow Spear. So realistically, Esper Sentinel is just like annoying and has literally done nothing. Oh, he let us draw that time. Guess he wants to activate the Saga. So we'll Pure Steel Paladin. We have Shadow Spear in the graveyard we can go after as well. And we can just look at equipping onto an Ornithopter and attacking. Always yes, always yield. Equip 0. Shadow Spear from the grave. Draw another card. Equip 0. So hopefully that was my opponent's only copy of Ensnaring Bridge. Because there weren't any blocks, we can just go ahead and shuffle these across onto another ornithopter. That should be pretty good. I chose to go for the ornithopters there instead of like a normal creature because ornithopter can have a regen shield against Drown in the Loch. Speaking of the devil, Spellskite as well. Yikes. I have a feeling like we're pretty lucky here. And also like we're gonna get there. Did I just see my opponent paying Phyrexian life for something? Alright, construct token. Did a dismember somehow make it to my opponent's hand on top of the Drown in the Loch? Because Spellskite's on top of their library, it's not in hand, it's not on the board. Opponent might actually name Welding Jar off a Pithing Needle here from the Urza's Saga. There's the Pithing Needle. This seems like a little bit of a busted interaction if it can just do this sort of nonsense. What's he naming? Colossus Hammer. Gotcha. Plays Ghost Quarter. Get rid of that. So we know they have Drown in the Loch in hand. And they just let us draw Thoughtseize. Very bizarre. Ghost Quarter target his own land. Does that do anything? Question mark. Oh, he's going to make sure he has the colors that he needs. Alright, I would very much like to draw my card. It's not a very good one, but I'll take it nonetheless. Targets this ornithopter. That's the wrong ornithopter, I think. He's trying to deny the flying attack here. We can just kill with Inkmoth Nexus, though, I think. Thoughtseize is still on the stack, so we will let that resolve. No cards in hand. We lose 2 life. Artifacts are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's exactly enough on Infect. And we get a nice little attack for victory. Wow, what a game. Well, that last game was actually kind of fun, but the rest of the league felt like pretty nonsense, honestly, in my opinion. Was not that enjoyable comparatively. I am. I think Esper Sentinel is just a little bit cute for the deck. Having played with it, it just seems too cute. Both main deck and sideboard, I don't think we want it. We want Swift Boots though, even though I didn't run it here. I really like Swift Boots as a card. Assuming... Yeah, so it gives Hexproof Haste. It's really good against decks with a lot of removal against you. I've run it in the past, and I've really liked it. So definitely think there's a very strong argument for that to be in there. Bring in an extra Mem Knight, and obviously Urza's Saga just cannot be replaced. It just should be in the deck. Apologies that I couldn't run it due to rental issues where the rental company did not have it. We should probably be running 22 lands. If you go like this, you want the extra Springleaf Drum as well. Paradise Mantle is probably too cute. And then it's between like Batterbone and Cranial Plating. It's probably better to have Cranial Plating in the main deck, but I think Batterbone in the sideboard could potentially be fine. I liked Fracture. I think there's probably a place to having more Fractures and more Thoughtseize. I know if there's like reasonable. Welding Jar felt a bit cute to me. I think we want the new white creature as well that set Modern Horizons 2 type, not artifact, creature, mana value of 2. It has a weird name, apologies for not remembering it. The Sanctifier and Vex something, I can't see that. But if you put that in the sideboard over these Soul Guide Lanterns, I feel like that's a little bit better. I felt like maybe I was siding out creatures a little bit too often. So pro black, pro red, when it enters the battlefield, exile all graveyards. Exile all cards that are black and red from graveyards. Black or red permanent or spell would be... if a black or red permanent spell or card not on the battlefield would be put in the graveyard, exile it instead. It's pretty nice against some of those unfair decks. It possibly argues the point of removing Core Firewalker from the sideboard, which I think is fine. I think there was enough removal decks where just having a creature that has protection from red and black is probably better than just having a creature with protection from red. Doesn't have the life gain for prowess matchups, but I don't know, maybe we erase them. I am going to do another league. I'm probably going to do it with Bogles. I am going to do it with Bogles. I'm just going to go take a quick bathroom break and be right back. So be back shortly, guys. Okay, sorry about that. We are back. I probably should have like started a trade return while I was gone, but we'll start one of those now. I'm just gonna switch to Bogles because I really did not enjoy playing that. Actually, I might just be able to rent without returning cards. It's 103 tickets at the moment. Okay, well, we definitely can't rent. Like, such a shame as well, because I think the deck could be really, really good and really fun if you just have the Urza Saga, but because we don't have access to that, it's a no-go. Alright, so request trade return. Sure, they'll be very quick to take their cards back, but sometimes when you're renting, it takes a while to get the cards. Alright, so we'll also be wanting our seal of cleansing. Let's get the super expensive art of that. And Curse Totem. Oh crap. I gave it the wrong trade list. I need to return all cards, not a fraction of the cards. Sorry about that. Yeah, we'll be in it shortly. Are there any changes I want to make to my Bogle deck here while we've got it up? I was mentioning maybe having some Spider Umbras in here. I'm not sure without like putting Force Negation to the sideboard if that's really that feasible. Okay, well, that's just taking a while. Full trade list. Let's do it right this time. Hey, look, it's the exact same bots come back to complete the job this time. Alright, and it's wanting me to upgrade, a quick refresh, and we can rent what we want. Let's go. Alright, so here we are back. So gonna play some more Bant. I played a league for YouTube during the week with this list, and I think I did mostly quite well with it. Ended up going 3-2. I feel like maybe we high rolled a little bit with some of our wins, low rolled with some of our losses. Overall, I felt like as the deck went, we probably like it ran pretty well for the league, which is a bit concerning to me power level wise, as far as like where we stand having a place in the modern format. But for now, it seems to be working. We have got our cards now. Excellent. So you'll notice with this list, also, I don't have any Leyliner's Sanctity. I've made a decision not to run that because we have Force Negation instead. I don't think we can quite justify sideboard slots for both effects. It's the same in most discard matchups, apart from people that are running the creature card with Invoke named Grief. In which case, we just lose. Whatever, I don't care. Maybe we win the die roll game 1, still game 1. Maybe we win game 3 off of them not like discarding too much. But yeah, that's it. That's just what it is. Let's minus 1 cartouche of Solidarity for a Spider Umbra. I really don't feel good about running like 0 copies of that card. Alright, but other than that... Oh, wait, I think... Yeah, no, let's run 2 copies and minus a Rancor. That's a different thing I was talking about, cutting on Rancor to allow for Spider Umbras. It seems weird when you want to be aggressive and quick, and Rancor is fantastic at that, but Totem Armor is surprisingly important at the moment, in my opinion. So that's the main deck. 10 creatures, 2 Invisible Stalkers rounding it out. We still have the Dryad Arbor. We have a land base that fetches the Dryad Arbor. And we have access to Sentinel's Eyes and Totem Armor, which is really important in prowess matchups. Other than that, a bit of a sideboard, which is sort of, I think you can certainly include like lots of 2-ofs in your sideboards and win matches, but I prefer to try and be consistent with the answers that I have rather than stretch myself too thin and never run into them. Never draw the card in the matchups where we want them, right? Yeah. What are rambling words. I'm not very good at explaining stuff tonight. It's been a short week for me, but I'm just so tired right now. I'm not sure what's going on. I'm probably not sleeping as well as I should be because I haven't been exercising. I haven't been on a run in like a week and a half, so that's not the best. I need to get back out there and get some blood flowing. I find that sleeping well actually really helps. Getting lots of exercise actually helps with your sleep a lot. You particularly notice it if you haven't exercised in like a few weeks and then like you just go out there, exhaust yourself, and then that night you just hit it, you sleep like the dead, you have no trouble falling asleep, you don't toss and turn as much, just good night's sleep. Bogle's Pog, BDC, I have to do it. I absolutely have to. I have to make my foil Invisible Stalkers worth something, right? I'm looking to sell some of my paper at the moment. And like, Force of Negation's about twice of what it was when I initially pulled it. It's like $90 at the moment. I think I paid like $40 or $50 for the non-foils. It might have even been $30 for the non-foils. Like, that's a really good return. I sort of expect it to go down, but the fact it hasn't means that maybe it won't. Maybe I'm worth holding for longer. I've got like the OG foil art. I don't think it decreased too much. It was worth like a couple of $100. If that like increased as well, that just seems a little bit absurd to me. Let's see what the foil Force of Negation's worth. I would be very surprised if it was worth more than the old art version. Alright, here we are for the first match. We won the die roll versus melee card. Gonna be on the play. So old art foil looks like it's about $300 at the moment. There's another one there which is $220. Looking at the Card Kingdom currently. And the normal one's about $280. That's crazy. It's gone up from when I last had it. Alright, we got the old 1-lander on the play with a 2-mana creature. If I had a 2-lander hand, I think I'd keep this, but we sort of are pressed into mulliganing. Have to mulligan again. And this one can be a keep. Bottom scout. Bottom land. Get into it. So you're looking to buy into Moto and you're considering buying Tron because it's quite cheap. Yeah. I mean, another option is a subscription service like what I'm doing. It just depends if you like playing a variety of decks or just one kind of deck, really. Bogles is a few hundred on Moto and Tron is only like $60 if you cut it a few cards. You've always wanted to play Tron, but you think it being so cheap on Moto makes it a good pickup for you to play until you... Yeah, I think that's fine. Like, definitely, I think there's perfectly fine merit going for it. I'm going to ignore me potentially needing Dryad Arbor and just go ham on my creature and start attacking. My opponent could be Amulet. They could be an Enchantress deck. I'm a little unsure. This combination of cards, I've not seen it before. Alright. Very odd. I think they're a green ramp deck with Craterhoof Behemoth and potentially the Yamaya land, which gives all lands forests in addition to other types. Tron's like always decently strong. You can always flex it to Eldrazi Tron as well, which is kind of sweet as a deck. Kind of strong as a deck. Not sure how well placed the Chalice is at the moment, but opponent has Mountain. Hit the Hyena Umbra. Might as well play that. You don't know if we're getting like Blood Mooned or something. It's the most weird assembly of cards I think I've seen in a long time. Trying to set like a stop to my second main. It's not the most impressive thing in the world though. Not sure how we lose. Sack a land. Think playing Bogle is fine. I don't think we're going to need it for a Force of Negation, so I think I'm happy with that. We can just hardcast Force of Negation if we draw it. Opponent puts themselves to 4 at 5 mana, Shardless Agent with the Cascade. Glimpse of Tomorrow. Shuffle all permanents you own into your library, then reveal that many cards from the top. Put all non-aura permanent cards revealed this way onto the battlefield. Do the same for auras and the rest on your bottom in a random aura. Alright, I think we're just being cheesed. Although unblockable creature's kind of good. We can't cast white spells. This thing enters here. Wait, this evoke creature gets play? What? Right. As foretold as well. There's no point putting Lurrus to hand because we cannot cast white spells because of Iona. But we have our opponent dead in 1 attack. Hey, go team. Alright, that was kind of wild. That was kind of very wild. Cascade is a cast trigger, not an ETB, so Torpor does nothing. I have a feeling like our Force of Vigors and Seal of Cleansings might do something. Path to Exile might do something. Soul Guide Lantern seems bad. I think I rate my Artifact Destruction above my creature removal. Seems unlikely they're going to name anything but white on Ionia. See exact wording on Emrakul because we did see that. Alright, this spell can't be countered. When you cast this spell, take an extra turn after this one. Flying, protection from spells that are 1 or more colors. Annihilator 6. When it's put in the graveyard from anywhere, its owner shuffles their library. Right. We could potentially get rid of it with a random Soul Guide Lantern hit. Seems sort of unlikely in my opinion. I think maybe just like a 1 or Force of Vigor should hopefully be fine. And then we can maybe remove just a cartouche of Solidarity. I don't think we want to overboard too much for this matchup. So the idea of my opponent's deck is to get a whole bunch of cheap permanents into play quickly. And then yeah, spew through until you have Emrakul and some other giant creatures like Gristlebrand and dropping stuff, picking it up. Emrakul, Gristlebrand, whatever else, Iona. Probably Elish Norn as well. Keep. So obviously, we probably want to lead on the Scout if we can, because Bogle can pitch to Force of Negation. Force of Negation, of course, able to counter their spell, which lets them combo. Excellent. We draw Misty Rainforest, so now we can have access to blue and white and green and white. I think given the chance, I'll just run out the Staggering Insight and start getting my card draw happening. It's probably more important to try and draw Force Negation than racing my opponent. Although Daybreak offers a really good option to race. Opponent can't have cards like Nature's Claim. You can have the Evoke creature at 2 mana. I guess Staggering Insight plays around the Evoke creature slightly better, maybe not. So weird deck. The Evoke creature costs 2 mana to evoke. It's not a free by exiling effect. Okay, well we curve out really nicely next turn. As foretold. Gotcha. Oh, fuck. That's a bit difficult to deal with. Maybe triple Ethereal Armor we can attack in this spot. His creature is bigger than our creature. Put all non-aura permanents revealed this way onto the battlefield. Then do the same for aura cards. Then put the rest on the bottom in any order. Right. I think it was good to cast all your white spells before he can block, though. Turn 3 Emrakul. Yeah. Like, it might have been better, but the way he wins is by casting, what is it, Brought Back or whatever that red spell is. That's the way he wins. The way I stop that is Force of Negation. It's really simple. I'm not even sure we want Force of Vigor here. Let's just bring back in the cartouche and run it. I would say after winning the first match, we're probably favored to win the third here. Just having won the die roll. I think the die roll is pretty important here. Also, without any source of protection from creatures, we can't do a lot. Alright, this is a keep. Not amazing, but it's a keep. Opponent mulls to 4. I imagine their deck mulls fairly well. Like, if he just hits 3 lands and Shardless Agent, he's probably quite happy. Land tapped. Let's do the super greedy. Lose 16 life before our opponent even damages us. Sorry, lose 6 life. Go to 14. 16 would be a bit too excessive to have access to 3 colors. Even for Bogles. We start flooding the board in case, like, we can somehow beat an Emrakul at some point. I don't know. Probably not. Oh, hello, baby. Set up Force of Negation, attack for a bunch. If I draw another blue aura, I might second main the Curious Obsession. I don't want to just blind put it down and then blank, though. Okay. Alright, has he got it? Has my opponent got it? I'm not sure how my opponent's deck wins against counter magic. Like, they can't even go Veil of Summer or anything. Cascade is fine. This card is not. Glimpse of Tomorrow. It just seems ridiculous. It just seems so stupid. Such like a high variance, but like go big or go home fun strategy. Opponent willing to go to 2. We draw the Invisible Stalker. Guess we'll continue to flood the board. Violent Outburst. Alright, well, we're going to see how hard they go here. What do we get? Did they just get Leyline of Sanctity and break? Okay, cool. Well, that was kind of wacky. Literally, the only play around for my opponent's deck was counter magic. And if you don't have counter magic, you just have to hope he loses to his own variants. That's odd. That's such. I don't think a strategy like that is going to be consistent by any means, but it's probably a deck you could have a lot of fun with. Just update my deck list as well for you all. Bogles, Bant. Does appear to be the deck that I am currently playing. Lovely. There we go. We beat a turn 3 Emrakul deck. Of course, Enchantress is also doing Emrakul, but I think they take a few extra turns to get it out. Match number 2 versus Giordano. Lost the die roll. If Force is good and we draw well, this hand can be good. I think it's probably better than an average hand. I think it's worth keeping. Opponent's mulligan to 6. I'm gonna gamble on the power of Force of Negation and the fact that Vigilance is a good stat, but we need to pair the Vigilance with something else that's decent. Let's see. I do need to. How do I update my stream info again? It's here. Alright. Should probably update that. Hopefully it does not crash like the last time I did it. Okay. Okay, update successful. Go team. God, we're versing a control deck that's taken a minute and a half. Oh, we're not versing a control deck. Well, that changes things. We're versing a tribal deck. Great draw. Let's hope the force of negation was good there. What a win. It feels good. You have no tempo here, opponent. At least not in this one particular game. So my guess is spirits, blue-white spirits. Oh, Cabin of Souls, we get to find out. He named Spirit. Okay. Curious Obsession is a great draw. So my opponent has a creature named Rattlechains, which is a 2/1 flash creature. And the fact that we have 3 toughness now means that we can attack into that creature. Might get dicey in future turns when he plays more creatures, and potentially denies us from attacking. Curious Obsession can fall off, but for now, I'll take it. Is he chump blocking? I think I'm okay with the chump block. It slows him down a lot and gives us time to draw better auras. We might need to be careful about, excuse me, Spell Queller next turn though. Depends what my opponent does. 3 cards in hand, drawing to their 4th. So cool icon my opponent's got too. There's like this magic rabbit who looks like he yeah, this demi-human rabbit thing with magic. Looks pretty sweet. Oh, he's on Bant. Skyclave Apparition, everybody's favorite spirit. Hey there, buddy. How you going? Chump block makes more sense. Skyclave Apparition is ridiculously powerful, excuse me. I'm a massive not fan of that card. Alright, well, I think I'm okay just attacking for 2 here, trading creatures, playing the Invisible Stalker and getting to reset all my auras on the Invisible Stalker, getting a 1/1 illusion. I don't see... Oh wow, he's letting it go through. There you go. Fear the Bogle. What do you mean? I tapped green. I tapped blue. Like, why did the click not work? It's some wacky packet loss. Alright. Turn 3 Stalker, not bad. See, our opponent didn't block us, so now he can't attack us with the Skyclave Apparition. I'm just going to block. And we find Ethereal Armor. I definitely smell a Spell Queller here. Let's give our opponent a little bit, but not a lot. He's trading this time. So I don't quite get the advantage that has, but I do want to try and get Spell Queller out of my opponent's hand so we can resolve this Staggering Insight. So we'll just go ahead and exile some stuff. Play the Sentinel's Eyes. Bait the Spell Queller. Alright, and hopefully that's his only Spell Queller because we're going on Ethereal Armor. So obviously, post-board, our Torpor Orb and our Path to Exiles are pretty good. I don't really think we want Artifact Hate. Why can't this have Artifact typing so at least I can kill it? With some spells. This is representing Collected Company. Opponent doesn't attack. Like, dude, we have Unblockable. What are you doing? Alright, let's hope for not Skyclave Apparition off Coco, not Spell Queller off Coco. What do we find? Not just getting shit slammed on the board. It can't be anything too amazing. What? You literally got the two best things. Why did that take 30 seconds to click? What the fuck? It's not even close, man. What? Oh, opponent needs to go find himself a fucking casino and just put it all on green. That's so dumb. Oh. We couldn't beat that. Opponent is a very powerful wizard. A little too powerful for my liking. Alright, getting attacked for 4. We actually need to draw some description of business though, because our life total is getting low. We have Unblockable. Why aren't you attacking with everything? What are you doing? You have 6 damage. Attack with all 6. Surely. Oh my. Okay, here we go. You're still not attacking with Skyclave Apparition. Wow. How are you scared of the 1/1? Alright, now you can be scared of the 1/1 because there's 2 of them. Looks like my opponent's out of interaction for now, so let's just try our best impression of someone that can race. And any enchantment off the top pending no interaction will win us the match. Or the game, pardon me. Still game 1. If our opponent attacked with Skyclave Apparition last turn, would be on 6 and would be dead to a Lord. That is how silly them not attacking with it is. What? So he goes for even less damage this turn? What is going on? You gotta actually be kidding me, opponent. That's ridiculous. Unless he's got another Spell Queller and he can just attack me for 6 in the air next turn. That seems pretty questionable in my opinion. Rattle chains. Nothing. Fucking Spirit off the top to win. He would have played that the turn earlier if he had it. Unless he also had Spell Queller in hand and just decided this nonsense wasn't worth shit. I should be like fucking on 2 before this attack. It feels bad losing to someone who played suboptimally. But we still have sideboarding. It's what it is. He gave us like an extra turn to win if we didn't just brick on shit. Like, all we're drawing are mono hexproof creatures. Feels bad. Top Rob, Path. I think Force of Negation probably just comes out, even though it hit the vial there. It's probably not that good in the average game. Cartouche probably comes out as well. Alright. Looks good to me. Maybe we can consider Force of Negation a little bit more when we're on the draw. And Disrupting Vial is a little bit better. Oh, Josie OX. Thank you for the raid and thank you for the follow. How did your stream go? What was going on? Now, that was 9 minutes ago, but if you're still here, let us know how your stream went. What were you playing? What's good at the moment? What's fun? All those important questions. I need to, I think I've got something going on at the moment where I've got dual alerts, so I'm not getting any notifications. I'm not actually even sure if they appear on screen for people, but I'm not getting any notifications from them. But yeah, if you have like double commands for the same thing, so like a double follower, a double raid, etc., etc., what it can do is it just completely invalidates the signal. This Curious Obsession's like super annoying. I want it on turn 2, but I can't with Scout unless I shut myself with double white, which seems bad considering I have 4 white symbols in the hand. I think I just ignore my Curious Obsession until a later turn. Cool. Opponent plays land, passes to us. How do I open up the chat? Alright, I have visuals on the chat, on the raid chat now. Cool. Excellent. Alright, so if anyone wants to type stuff, I can now interact with you. I'm not sure if it comes up with my chat normally or not. I think the system got changed a little bit. Just run out Spider Umbra. I don't want to run out all my good auras, but yeah. Go with that. Still nice, aggressive little attack here. So yeah, I have actually looked multiple instances in the last week on how to disable it, and I'm not finding it because like most of the sources you go into like OBS Streamlabs and you disable the dual notification, but I've not got dual notifications enabled there, and I can't find anything in OBS Streamlabs, the program, either. Maybe I'm just not looking in the right spot, but it's odd at the moment. Very odd. Chalice of the Void on 1. Hooray! Although drawing Daybreak Coronet with a Daybreak already in hand, pretty spicy. As easy as that, viewers. It is as easy as that. League's $1 or 10. League's 10 tickets or 100 play points. And a ticket is equal to $1. So leagues are $10. Let me just come over here. I'll change the screen for you for just a sec. Not that screen. That screen. Alright, so you should be able to see when I click on view prizes here. No, you can't see that. Oh, that is super annoying. But essentially, if you go 3-2 in a league, you get 100 play points back, which is equivalent to 2 ticks entry. You also get a treasure chest, which is equivalent to about 2.5 ticks. And now with like Chalice of the Void, I really want my Force Negations. The fucking thing delayed and then skipped through my attack step. Fuck off, man. I hate that so much. Yeah, my internet's dropping. I'm only running at like 2,000 frames at the moment, or kilobytes per second on the upload. That is so shit. If you get the magical fiber, you get 11 treasure boosters, a competitive trophy, 150 play points, 2 qualifier points. It's all... I mean, I find, for the most part, I just go infinite when I play online BDC. So, like, I find it cheaper than on paper because the leagues are self-sustaining. Where if you go to a local game store and do an F&M, you might be paying $10 or $15 entry depending on what the going rate is. I didn't even play my land. Ugh. That's so bad for us, man. Spirit, sure. Fortunately, my opponent's hand looks like doo-doo. There's no Skyclave apparitions. Alright, we actually get to do the thing this time. Chalice of the Void. Our nemesis has returned. Our opponent could be down to 0 creatures on the board at this point as well, by the way. Fucking Magic Online didn't skip through my attack step. Cool. Alright, so Lures to hand. We're at a nice, healthy 34 life. This could definitely go downhill at some point, though. Opponent cycles Horizon Canopy. Are they just, like, full of lands in hand, or what's the go? Like, it looks a little bit like they're a bit land flooded. Bring that one in tapped sorcery speed. Why? Damping Sphere. What? Why is a Spirit's opponent bringing in Damping Spheres against a Bogle player? That's not right. What the fuck? How is this better than a creature? Oh, good lord. Alright, opponent needs to commit something to the board. Or, this time. Another Damping Sphere is not going to cut it. They concede. I guess they kept a 2-creature hand with interaction and never drew another creature. Alright, Force of Negation back in. Force of Vigor in as well. Cartouches probably go out. What I bring in? Path to Exile seems bad on the draw. Torpor Orb still seems good. Like 1 card off submitting. I think it's a Sentinel's Eyes. We'll get into it. Okay, this hand's really good. I'm not going to force an Aether Vial, but I will force a Chalice on one if they spend their turn 2 doing that. Snap it up. Snap keep. Opponent also keeping. We could just top deck a Torpor Orb. This hand would be perfect. If I can play a Torpor Orb before my opponent can Skyclave Apparition me, that would be incredible. Noble Hierarch, that sucks balls. hate Spell Queller. Now Path to Exile looks good because of the context of them fucking cheating everything out. Lame. Maybe I should have left in like 2 copies of Path or something. I'm not sure I had room for the whole 3 without diluting my own deck down too much. They could also just go for Ether Vial plus Chalice on 1, and then I'd be pretty happy at that. Of course, I play the Scout there because Bogle pitches to Force of Negation. Did they miss a land drop and they're sitting on Spell Queller? Oh god, that is unfortunate. I am so sorry, opponent. They could still be holding up Counterspell at this point. Think I like holding for Staggering Insight in this spot. It feels like they have Counterspell. I didn't need Shock then, but it sort of represents interaction at the same time. So I think, especially it seems some suboptimal decisions, in my opinion, have been made by my opponent. I think if I was my opponent, I'd 100% take this block. Getting rid of Reach is really good for him. Alright, he at least has enough sense for that. Righto. Mausoleum Wanderer. Force Negation just started looking a whole lot worse. They still not got a land. Oh my god. Oh no. So, opponent, I think, is mostly pressed into letting this attack through. I don't think they want to lose their Mausoleum Wanderer, and they definitely can't afford to lose Noble Hierarch. Wow, they're just trading the Wanderer in? Okay. I'm not sure that's correct. They hit land. We're very likely getting Skyclave Apparition now. I feel so much better with Path in my hand. Oh man, I think we mis-sideboarded. Opponent representing none other than Spell Queller. That's a pretty good one though. This allows us to bait the Spell Queller and then maybe resolve a Daybreak afterwards. My opponent doesn't Spell Queller this. I'm obviously just attacking. Alright. But if he didn't counter that, I'd probably just lure us to hand after attacking to still play around the Spell Queller. So here my opponent's in a pretty bad spot. I should have tapped the Horizon Canopy instead of the Mana Confluence and represented blue mana. Either I draw a card off the Staggering Insight, or he blocks and I get Curious Obsession, which is about the same as drawing a card. Okay, great draw. So not punished for our poor usage of mana. One of Sentinel's Eyes. Let's go. This is where it gets dicey with the Coco, but we do have the Force. Force looks so good right now. Please do like an uber greedy block before casting Coco. I'd really like that. Alright, no preemptive greedy block. Yep. Force of Negation. Where is your god now, opponent? Where, I say? Alright. Oh, that's a good old draw. Not too shabby. Going wide here seems fine. I think the likelihood of explosives happening is extremely slim. I have yet to see a Spirits list running engineered explosives. I'd really love a Rancor off the top. That'd make my life a lot easier. Skyclave Apparition seems perfectly reasonable. Takes the Daybreak Coronet. Also seems very much reasonable. We got a Lord to follow it up. If he doesn't have the Supreme Phantom, I think we're in a pretty good spot here. He's sort of pressed into double blocking this turn. We can just go wide with our enchantments. We can make both creatures represent 4 damage, and then he has to give up both of his creatures. Sorry, this one represents 5 now. Seems good. And opponent concedes. Alright. Excellent. So Spirits is like a fairly complicated deck to play, to pilot. There's a lot of lines to actually get a decent... They go from sucking with the wind deck. Sorry. There's a lot of different lines to consider. There's a lot of small decision making, which goes from you sucking and losing most matches with the deck to you actually essentially being a master of the deck and having like a 70+% win rate. So Spirits can be pretty powerful, but I think it's punishing towards newer players, right? We have found our third match opponent. If you're still there, BTC, here in Australia, we get a 10% goods and service tax whenever we purchase anything online, including Magic Online tickets, which feels a bit rich for me that the government's enforcing that. So yeah, match number 3, Lossadaro versus Garruk, 9-1-1. The fuzz have been called, and the Bogle is here to answer. Oh, we're versing an Obosh deck, so it could be Obosh Prowess, could be a Ponza deck. This deck doesn't have life gain, but I think this is an above average hand, so I'm going to keep. Sorry, this hand doesn't have life gain. Looks like Ponza. Oh, just something different altogether. Right. How scared am I of Blood Moon against a deck abusing Ragavan? Probably not that scared. Especially if he's fetching this way. I don't think I'm playing around Blood Moon. Alright, well, I feel a little bit better about our hand now, especially after getting the Hyena Umbra. Hopefully he's not running black. Assassin's Trophies could make life awkward. Oh no, he gets a Hyena Umbra. This is awkward. I would assume he would put that on his Ragavan. Motherfucker! Are you kidding me? Holy shit. Turn two Blood Moon has a new mode. It's off this fucking pirate. Cool, what a game. On the play, we at least fetch a basic planes, and where all of a sudden we play around Blood Moon. That is stupid, dude. The feels bad are real. Yikes. I'm not sure what else to play around, so I might just take out a cartouche of Solidarity for the Force, and we can get back into it. I'm not sure if other people were as like shocked that that's what got resolved after the sequences that happened, but yeah, I was not expecting that, as you may have been able to tell. As you might have been able to tell from the reaction. I've chosen to play first. I've selected my commander. We are now waiting on the opponent to do the same. Hey, look, an Obosh. Hooray. I think we keep this hand. God, if I get turn 1 Fort Seized, I'm going to be so pissed. If this is a 3-colored Blood Moon deck, I'm going to be uber pissed. Opponent mulligans to 5. Probably shouldn't be celebrating that as much as I am, but it's nice. Well, there's no turn 1 Blood Moon. So here I'm gonna like try and prioritizing getting Staggering Inside out because it doesn't tap for white, right? Birds of Paradise. Does not block. Sentinel's Eyes seems fantastic. Are we playing around Nature's Claim at this point? If we play around Nature's Claim, we hold. You know what? I don't see a reason to play around Blood Moon when we can literally assemble this much damage of unblockable, this much unblockable damage. There's the concession. Cool. Could be worth boarding in the Path to Exiles. We can Path to ignore monkey damage. Cartouche sort of does a similar thing actually for the monkey damage. If he's turn 2 Blood Mooning, there's very small likelihood that Seal of Cleansing is gonna work the way we want it to. Because we're never gonna... We might have a planes in hand, actually. We might naturally draw planes as well. Okay, I'll bring in... maybe both. So bad I want to take out Spider Umbra here. Takes me a little bit light on green sources. We still have 13 outside of the Force, so it's not too bad. Yeah, maybe just Sentinel's Eyes out instead of the Cartouche. I kind of like Sentinel's Eyes though. Sentinel's Eyes is probably slightly better than Cartouche. There I was, thinking I was going to deal with a 3-1 first striking totem armored monkey. The son of a gun blood mooned us instead. Alright, we're down to 5. Opponent mulled to 6 as well at least. Is he keeping? Is he not? I actually opted to... Alright, opponent keeps. Actually, I opted to. I had one of each basic in the deck and opted to. What the fuck is this hand, man? We're going to 4. Remove the basic forest from the deck, but these because like plains is way better than forest is. No turn 1 shenanigans for my opponent. So I don't think he can turn 2 Blood Moon now without the pirate. Might still be facing one on turn 3. Drawing hot as always. Couldn't just curve into a land and get a basic happening. Or a second aura even. Or play Seal of Cleansing to play around Blood Moon. It's just a Blood Moon day, is it? Yeah, fucking whatever, mate. Whatever. Right on time. I guess he can dash the pirate, so maybe holding back Chump Block is smart. Sure. So obviously, we're not really attacking, and we're just... Pillage! Jesus. I give you Blood Moon fun, people. He is choosing to hardcast Fury, which has double strike. When it enters the battlefield, deal damage, 4 damage divided as amongst creatures or planeswalkers you do not control. Any number of targets, so they choose 0. Cool. Planes? Hello, Planes. Where are you at, buddy? So we're going to hit for 6 double strike a turn. Not keen. Obosh to hand. It gets worse. It gets worse come next turn. We get a draw. Oh man, how I wish I fucking could block this thing. Planes. Let me at least deal with the Blood Moon. Alright, well, mulligan to nothing, and everything comes out of sequence. We don't hit our land drop. We don't even hit a land drop post Blood Moon. This feels super bad. Alright, so match number 4 versus Osikia. I'm going to assume that's Japanese, and I'm going to assume I butchered it. Opponent's won the die roll. He's chosen to play first. Looks like he also has a companion because he stopped for a few seconds before the game. Alright, multiple Lurrus decks. We have a scout hand here, but no green mana. Unfortunately, we have to mulligan this hand that would otherwise be fantastic. This hand is a keep, bottom of Rancor, and we can get into it. Bottom of the Rancor there to play around turn 1 creature discard. And it looks like that might actually be happening. Fuck you, opponent. Fuck you and your discard. Probably takes Spider Umbra or Rancor. I don't think he goes after creature here. Because he has Lurrus, he's not going to have Liliana. Yeah, he does go after Spider Umbra. Cool. So, this is all... This blue is still very secret from our opponent. Let's see if we can get a Curious Obsession down without them interacting. Stopping the attack. Iok this time. Okay, goodbye, Curious Obsession. Nice knowing you, buddy. Is this just like a shadow deck? Is that what's going on here? Are we about to get Death Shadowed? We are getting Death Shadowed. Gotcha. And of course, we missed double land drop on the draw. I'm not really tacking into that. I don't want to make it bigger. Being bigger is, for very obvious reasons, scary. Am I actually getting to trade this here? Hell yeah. Fuck yeah. I got double creature in hand. I don't give a fuck. If he's got discard, this works out fine. That is so worth the Death Shadow. Alright, we finally hit that land we were complaining so much for. Welcome to the stage, Dryad Arbor. Pirate John, forgot today was Thursday. Are you feeling bad because you couldn't play some Modern and with BDCX thought of you but forgot? He bolts himself? You should have thought. I'm gonna like block this again. I don't think he has a lightning bolt. Team of Battle Rage. Alright, well we got another Bogle here. I think we've significantly stalled our opponent out. We might actually hit that land drop this next century. Yeah. It's like the worst Team of Battle Rage in the existence of the world. I'll take it. Yeah. That's pretty pog. Hey, mana! Thank the helpers. I don't know. Thank somebody. Thank the magic gods. There we go. I'm not sure we attack because we're just growing double shadow and that's not a race we're winning on equal life totals. Great draw, opponent. Opponent is also obviously not drawing land, so just has stuff in hand to play. Monkey. Ah, great. So now shadow decks get the monkey as well. Are you fucking kidding me? How am I supposed to win in this spot? Yes, Luris can bring back some stuff, but mainly we just need a top deck life gain. Like Daybreak Coronet would be fantastic, right? I don't think I block. Oh, wow. Wow, he's got nothing here. Okay. Here's our Daybreak. Get ready. Plains. Oh, opponent just gets a Plains. Hell yeah. I mean, that curves him out in mana, which isn't good. Monkey is a problem, though. It's going to get him off land screw. Yeah, well, here comes that off land screw you were talking about that you were so concerned about. What is this bullshit, man? Is Luris even worth 2 damage? Because by the time we play it, it's another damage. That's going to put us to 4. I don't even think we can Luris. I think it's incorrect to Luris here. Just because of Horizon lands. That's it. Alright, we take 3 damage from the Croxer. We die to 5-6 damage. Wait. Oh, he shocked in a land as well. Cool. Well, opponent showed us what it happens when you actually draw action as opposed to mana and little shitty hexproof creatures. Look, hey, first strike. Incredible. Alright, we definitely want our pass. I don't know. I sort of feel like I want some Soul Guide Lanterns after seeing Croxer. It's good against Tarmogoyf as well. If we're doing this, we're removing Force of Negation. It probably comes back in when we're on the draw, but when we're on the play, it's not good enough. I think our weakest aura is Spider Umbra. We'll go with that. 2 damage is half my life total right now. Yeah, I know, right? I'd like to not lose all of my life total. Played some Hammer Time earlier on, John, and it didn't go well. I couldn't rent Urz's mine. Mana Traders did not have Urz's mine there for me to rent. It's ridiculous. My opinion. We bottom the... The likelihood of him not having a discard spell is kind of low. Do I bottom a secondary creature? How important is hitting 3 mana? Probably not that important this hand. Can I bottom the Temple Garden? Thoughts on Prismatic versus Path and Bogles? I've thought about it. I haven't pulled the pin on it, but I've definitely thought about it. I'm supposed to get Temple Garden there. This is wrong. To make it slightly more awkward, if I'm forced into a spot of playing both Rancor and Scout, I now can't. It's probably good, John. It's probably good. There's a lot of 1 mana threats out there. Are we red creatures? Awesome. I'll take that. Oh, we hit the Daybreak off top. That is juicy. Alright, I'm really glad we didn't get punished off our land choice. Let's go a little Curious Obsession. Mr. Bogle is in town. Hit mana. That's good. We could be helping our opponent towards a shadow at the moment, but also getting down Daybreak and drawing cards is really good for us. Pirate Thing, sure. There's a lot of Pirate Thing running around. Bruh, that is huge. That draw is awesome. I think I just value the card draw more than pumping my opponent's shadows. We put him to 5. That's almost good enough. Oh, we draw Path anyway. Dude, that's a Pog draw. Oh, he's... Oh, no. Oh, no. Shock, let's go. Alright, let's fucking shock for you. I think you were talking about my opponent shocking, but here we are. Cool. I'll take it. That feels fucking good, man. Alright. Now the question is, how much do I want Force of Negation on the draw against a black-red deck? The answer is probably quite a lot. Maybe I just sideboard out my Graveyard Hate, and then that easily makes room for Force of Negations. And then I can just trim on one other thing. Like maybe a Mana Source. We'll get rid of a Hallowed Fountain. I think that's reasonable. This is good if he doesn't have discard. We have backup plan of Dryad Arbor, but it's weak against Lightning Bolt and Fatal Push. I think the upside of the hand is high enough that I'm going to keep. Red, motherfucker. Feels bad. Top deck Bogle, Thoughtseize Bug. No Thoughtseize Bug. Sorry, chat. Go on, use your mana, opponent. Oh, fuck off. Fucking Seal of Fire. Get out of town, man. That is bullshit. He doesn't even have to try. Nah. Nope. I'll probably just fetch this for a Hallowed Fountain, actually. There's like no world where we're resolving Dried Arbor. It's actually kind of good because we're almost at the stage of Lurising and our opponent hasn't achieved anything. Potentially get our guy back shortly. Top deck Hexproof guy. Come on, come on. Let's go. Hell yeah, let's go. Pog Bogle player, chat. Pog Bogle player. Here he is. Imagine being shut out by Seal of Fire. No more, John, no more. The Magic Gods said that Seal of Fire was bullshit, and here we are. We're able to play a game of Magic again. Can't play Curious Obsession there because it falls off to us not attacking with anything. Oh, he's got white mana as well. Lure us to hand. That's pretty good. I'll take that. Oh, fuck yeah. I think we want to lure us to hand. Our opponent's likely going to sink mana into casting his next turn, which means ours probably won't get discarded. He can use it to pump it, but we can attack through. Thank you for the advice, though. We do have first strike, so we do win this exchange. If he goes for that. Yeah, very, very good point there, John. Or we can Sentinel's Eyes, cycle Horizon Canopy, end step. I think that's fair enough as well. I'm going to do that. Gonna wait off on the Lurus. Thought says, hell no, opponent. Not today. Get out of town. Ain't got time for your bullshit, Thought says, man. Hey, look, a creature. Hey, look, something we actually want. Alright, get on down there, Staggering Insight. He's chump blocking? There has to be a catch. He has to be able to double. Yeah, he bolts himself. Seal of Fire himself. Okay. Gotcha. But we keep top decking hexproof creatures. So this is... He doesn't have to even Seal of Fire there. Yikes. Get rid of our lands to return Sentinel's Eyes, being mana efficient. Bloody Lightning Bolt. Get out of town. Well, maybe our opponent doesn't activate Seal of Fire and we get to chump block with Warrior Token. Be incredibly kind of him if he goes for that line. Lurus. Gets back Bauble. Gets back Bauble. Is it just gonna grind me out with the Mishra's Baubles here? And not even attack with the Shadow? Honestly, I think that's reasonable. We can block so much damage in future turns, and his thing's probably going to go after Lurus, but then he can return Seal of Fire. So I think just chump blocking is fine. Gas, 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 come on. It's something. I don't know if I can afford to make his Death Shadow a 9/9. He's got Team of Battle Rage. He can take it up to 18. Team of Battle Rage plus Shock. I'd be dead to attacking. I think we gotta pose some sort of counterclock and not just wait. It sucks though, because this version of my deck doesn't have flying, so we're strictly weaker against things like Death Shadow, which just block hard on the ground. He has the discard anyway. Seal of Fire means nothing. Dead to Demon Battle Rage plus Seal of Fire himself. It's really frustrating. He had really perfect cards that whole time. Attack. Attack, you coward. Sick. So we are literally dead to Team of Battle Rage, but I'm not playing around that. Maybe we draw Rancor and we can threaten to kill. That is awful. You awful, awful draw. Probably just chumps blocks with the Dragon Channeler. Maybe even just takes it. This actually isn't as awful as I hysterically made it out to be, because now we can chump block with Scout on the Shadow, and we have unblockable damage to try and kill our opponent with. Still dead to Team of Battle Rage regardless. Fetch Shock puts us to 1, which makes us dead to Lightning Bolt. I think I like blocking and maybe drawing like an Aura. Because if we chump block 2 turns in a row, we're going to up the clock that Invisible Stalker is giving as well. Now the Shadow. Now enters extra hard mode. Musha's Bauble. Knows the top card of our library. Sure, you could have done that pre-attacks. What a fucking draw. With that note, what a fucking joke. Oh, God. He draws these fucking 1-mana Death Shadows. We get these shitty Hexproof creatures. Does not seem fair. Still, we can win if he doesn't have Team Battle Rage and we hit any enchantment. What are you doing? What do you have? Do you have Blessed Alliance? Get fucked, opponent. Get fucked. Kaya's Guile in Death Shadow. Look out. That's just stupid. That is fucking dumb, man. What a load of shit. Alright. Good games, opponent. Escaping on Stalker seems good, if only. What a world that would be, John. What a world. Kaya's Shadow. Fucking. What else? Doesn't matter. That card is good in every deck. I could probably just splash for like 1 Godless Shrine in Bogles, and it would still be good in Bogles. By Godless Shrine, I probably mean Overgrown Tomb, but yeah. Like, Kaya's Guile is just stupidly powerful. Especially in a deck like Shadow, which doesn't mind going grindy and long. A, with the removal, B, with the hand disruption, and C, with the ultimate crazy late game. Yeah, running something like that is obviously very powerful. I know you guys can't see this, but this is like very interesting and weird. When Josie raided and followed me, on the raid it had their name in lower cases. On the follow, it has it in an uppercase on the first letter. I don't know who's doing some wacky ass fucking coding at Twitch there, but that seems very odd to me. Alright, so we won the die roll. Match number 5 versus Babes. So you like Zeds, and I just think boobs from like South Park. Boobs. It's like very unlikely we draw the second Curious Obsession considering we're only running 2. So for purposes of saving life, we'll just go for the Scout. Oh, my opponent was last seen 2 days ago playing Niv to Light. That's a big yikes. That is not a good matchup, chat. However, he has Steam Vents this time. Is it Niv to Light? Have we got Spell Pierce? Are we just playing Spell Snare? Let's find out. I guess I got bait with the Rancor to guarantee resolving the Curious there. I feel like he's got a Spell Pierce. Otherwise, or maybe he's got Opt. Maybe the player's Opt and that's why he's done what he's done. Oh, it's live again? Fuck. Oh no. Uh-oh. We looking for that Force of Will opponent. I mean, Force of Will, Force of Negation. We are looking for Force of Negation. So, he lets the card draw aura resolve, but he counters the Rancor. I know Rancor comes back after everything happens. That still seems pretty loose to me, man. Living End traditionally is a very difficult matchup for Bogles. Now with the likes of Force of Negation, I can only assume it's even more difficult again. Gonna look to attack and draw as much as we can. And kind of cycling the whale. Sure thing, opponent. Can we resolve our spell? We can. Alright, so I'm just gonna like fetch shock here. I want to thin the deck, and B, if my opponent's going for a violent outburst and I draw force, I want to be able to cast it on my turn before hitting my land drop. They might go for like upkeep or something. Always yield. Force, 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 force. Fuck you. What's the point of running all this card draw and force negations if we just never hit it? It feels so shit. Oh, he's still cycling during his turn. He's setting up for a bigger living end by the looks of it. I guess we're not threatening a kill yet, so that's understandable. Spider Umbra. What's going on? Simian Spirit Guide's banned. You can't do this. Okay, great. Alright, let's go for triple card draw. Hopefully it bears better fruit. Any petty thefts to reduce the damage. Or the cards drawn, more specifically. Cycles Curator of Mysteries. Sure. A fat graveyard. Give me the fucking 4-stack. Couldn't buy a win. Could not buy a win. Who needs Force of Negation when you have all this pretty land that you can't play? Eight land by turn 4, people. This is how you bogle. He's still cycling. What the fuck? And we win? Bro. That is not right. We should not be winning that. Holy shit. Board in Graveyard Hate. That way, our opponent's living end is just a board sweeper, and that's it. It ends at sweeping the board. Cartridge of Solidarity seems kind of junk. Spider Umbra seems kind of junk. Alright. Looks good to me. Let us continue. So I think if we can somehow make Bant work consistently, that's the answer to making Bogles playable again. So I was thinking a little bit more on what would make Bogles good. And the answer is we either need to be quicker and harder to interact with, or we need to be more interactive. And Nikachu actually said that on one of his Coffee and MTG. Someone was asking what would make Bogles good. And yeah, he was saying if we were more interactive. The only way I can think of us being more interactive is running Force of Negation. Maybe Prismatic Ending is a good option, John. He could be playing the XRR strategy. What's the XRR strategy? I'm not familiar with that, sorry. It might be worth knowing for game 3, even though I'm now in match. I would appreciate it. I can like Dryad Arbor, and that's just not good enough. Let's mull. This seems 1 million times better. Let's snap keep it. Bottom the Hyena Umbra. We've got everything we need here. Breeding Pool, turn 1. Turn 2, Staggering Insight. Don't need to Breeding Pool anymore. I think Breeding Pool is still good because it enables Hardcast or Force of Negation off of 3 mana. X red mana sorcery, which lets him cast a card from hand without paying the mana cost. Oh, right. Right. I think it's still better off Fetch Shocking here. It's a pretty good time to try and resolve this one. This can get countered. Alright. He is cycling the Walker of Waves. Does this resolve, or is Force of Negation golden? No Force of Negation. We get to start drawing cards. Fantastic. Is that the one that the Polymorph decks use, or the Taking Turns deck, the one that uses? Childless Agent is fine. Your living end, however, is not. So if the opponent was like a bit more patient with that, there's potentially a scenario where he's holding up Mystical Dispute at the same time, and we never get to counter. Man, we love flooding out, don't we? It's what we do best. Goodbye, Shardless Agent. Just another card to bring back with your next living end. You were thinking about Taking Turns creativity, not XRR. You think Taking Turns uses creativity? Indomitable creativity? Yeah, it does. I'm not sure what card you're talking about then. If it's not Indomitable creativity. Yeah, so we lose a lot, and that fucking sucks. Opponent gets a lot. Revealed cards were Street Wraith, Living Ends. Yeah, he's really not revealed anything too fantastic. I think on game 3 on the play, we're probably in a pretty good spot. Even here, we've taken only 1 damage from our land, so we still might actually survive an attack. Low force of negation, right on time. Lures to hand. Hallowed Fountain intapped, pass the turn. Opponent does not currently have flying. Electro Dominance. Oh, right. Okay. Why would he run Electro Dominance instead of Violent Outburst, John? Aren't all the decks on Violent Outburst? And he can cascade into Electro Dominance, can't he? What the fuck is he doing now? Another creature? Hardcast Street Wraith. Your Swamp Walk has no power here. Fuck, that's close. I don't see a world where this life gain is enough, but maybe if that was Ethereal Armor, we would have been pretty golden, could block the whale. Maybe he misplays and just attacks with whale and nothing else. If we block 7 damage, we go up to 8. We're then facing 10 damage, so it's not enough. Okay. Sad times. Stalker not that impressive. If we somehow lived that, like if he didn't Street Wraith, we would have lived in that spot. And then off the chump block, we can look to double aura. So if we can Daybreak plus Hyena Umbra, I guess. And rinse and repeat. Okay. Interesting. Soulcard Lantern is still fantastic. Hold the fucking phone. Cursed Totem stops our opponent from activating abilities of creatures. I believe that includes Cycle. I don't think I want to dilute my own strategy down, though. That is very interesting, though. Could maybe bring in 1 for a Spider Umbra. There's a world where we get a hand with Soul Guide Lantern plus Cursed Totem. And we just play control and then go in on Lurrus, right? If it turns off Cycle, bring it in. Maybe 2 copies. All 3, you reckon? Fuck, okay, you're keen. I think I can remove Invisible Stalker and just rely on 8 creatures and that's it. And if we get done, we get done. Alright, John, let's go. I think it's less viable on the draw when he's already dumped 3+ creatures. But on the play, it's pretty strong still. Cursed Totem coming in clutch. A Cursed Totem hand. Alright, let's fucking go. Let's do it. We keep. We get Dried Armor into turn 2 Cursed Totem. This is the magic we came here to watch, people. Oh my goodness. I think Living End still ditches the Dried Arbor. Excuse me. Yeah. So we'll lose our Dried Arbor to a Living End, which sucks, but yeah. We'll do it. Let's go. Let's go. Maybe he just accidentally yields until end step or something. This will be the most confusing game ever from my opponent's side, I'm sure. Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. What a draw, mate. Alright, let's try second main, see if he somehow skips through the cycle at all. But even if he doesn't, we can Soul Guide Lantern next turn, get rid of what he's doing. Bruh. This is something else. That resolves. Very interesting. Oh, fuck off, he can still cycle. That is bullshit. Really? Well, we can't tap Dried Arbor for mana. Our opponent's missed a land drop, though. Oh, this is the biggest slowdown ever right now. That is gold. This card is shit. John, you betrayed me. Oh, shit, man. Golden. That's why you run it in zero decks? Zero decks? Report match? I mean, I can maybe look up a judge rolling on this, but that seems pretty bad. Opponent discards a Living End. I know how that feels. Curse Totem. Hitting land is good. Opponent bricked. He's got the Foundation Breaker. Okay, cool. Cool. He's still ages away from Living End, so I think we can afford to hold some stuff in hand. Do we want to race or do we want to chase interaction? I think we chase interaction. Son of a gun. Alright, my bad. I forgot he had mana up. I'm getting too distracted by too many things. Cursed Totem. So, ruling number 1 in 2004. Cursed Totem does not prevent creatures which are not on the battlefield from having their abilities activated. Go figure. I think we play around Petty Theft being annoying. So, like, if he lands into Petty Theft next turn, obviously we don't want that happening. We'll get rid of that Foundation Breaker. Alright, I guess a quick Google search would have let us know. Well, technically it's not a creature when it's in your hand. You're going to have to dig into that. What the fuck? That's some errata text? Yeah, no shit, man. What's he going after here? After the Soul Guide Lantern. Opponent? Sacrifice your graveyard. Get the fuck out of here. Opponent didn't go after our Cast Totem. Seems loose. Alright, we will Ethereal Armor, attack for 6. That's a 2-turn kill. Wizards need to revisit that. That's super unintuitive, yeah. I mean, it didn't make much sense to me, but I think you're probably right about them needing to revisit it. Oh, he griefs, taking out Daybreak Coronet. Does that not seem a little bit greedy to you that he's going for grief in his Living End deck? Oh, well, we learned a little bit about Cursed Totem, and we also, more importantly, we learned that Bogles is better than Hammer Time, or at least Hammer Time without Urza's Saga. Or at least me piloting Hammer Time. And combination of the rest of that. Yeah, I think you're right. It's very unintuitive and doesn't really make a whole lot of sense to me. But yeah, look, we got the win. We got the 3-2. I'm super happy about that. That's pretty darn good for the deck, honestly. I think we're getting closer to where we want Hexproof Bogles, like a Bant version of Hexproof Bogles. The major issue I'm still running into is not having enough evasion. I know we have access to evasive effects. I'm just not sure like if flying's good enough here. Spirit Mantle still seems slow. Maybe we trial cutting Curious Obsession for just Arcane Flight. I feel like 3 is probably the correct number of Arcane Flight. Maybe we're just being greedy with the Cartouche of Solidarity and trying to do too much as well. We'll up the Rancors back to 4. This could be something. As for the sideboard, like, I don't think I want Cursed Totem. I'm not seeing enough situations where it's good for us. I think other decks, if you're like a creature deck and you want to disable as Asphomora, that stupid creature that shoots things, I think it's better, but I think there's not enough for us to be running it. I do, however, think Torporob is great. And then we can look at things like potentially Deafening Silence, Damping Sphere, or I think Stubborn Denial is probably just the front runner for me. So like a couple of Stubborn Denials into the sideboard there. I think that's probably a better place than where I started with the list. Grief is pretty greedy, yeah. I mean, like, considering most of his deck is blue, and the cards that have black are, Living End? So, like, he's cycling Living End, and that's about it. Oh, Living End and Street Wraith. So, like, bringing in a card like Grief when you have, 8 enablers? Unless he's got... No, Architects of Will as well, so that can take it up to 12. That's less greedy. Actually, I kind of like that. I think that's good tech. Torporob is evil, it is, but, like, ETBs are evil. Bro, if I have to deal with a format which has Skyclave Apparition, as well as like just the entire Humans deck, it's fine. Torporob is fine. I guess all of Hate Bears is pretty shut down by Torporob. Apart from Sanctum Prelate, that's like just way too good against us. Alright, let's have a little bit of fun. We got a couple of chests here from all of that. What do you reckon? Over or undervalue? I'm going to start a poll. I'm going to give 1 minute on the poll, and there's going to be some like points or whatever. So bring this one up. Where are my polls? Start a prediction. Run Prelate in my Bant list. I think I actually put 30 seconds on that poll. Apologies, people. Poll is up now, though. It's doing its thing. I've been considering running Skyclave Apparition in my list. But I haven't gotten around to it yet. Prelate. Prelate's just Sanctum Prelate, right? I'm not losing. Yeah, so just Sanctum Prelate. It's like way too slow for Bogles. There's no way that works. I wonder if like Solitude is actually a good Bogle tech. Did we not get any votes? Oh, that sucks, man. All right, let's crack them anyway. Let's give the fans what they want here. We'll open them one at a time, as is customary, and I'll pull up my mana traders to get a ballpark figure of what things are worth. All right, so we get 35 points, and we also get a Gaia's Revenge at a whopping 0.9, a whopping less than a cent, but 35 ticks is ahead of value. We'll open this next one. 10 play points, so we got a combination of 45 play points. I think that's my second Malakar Blood Witch I've pulled from packs, by the way. Let's have a quick check. No, it's the first Blood Witch. Maybe I sold the other one. I swear I pulled another one at some point in time. Alright, that's it for my stream, guys. Thank you all so much for watching and stopping by. For anyone that's new here, if you want to see more Bogle content, you can check out my YouTube. There's a link on the Twitch here. And other than that, yeah, just thank you all so much for stopping by and watching. And another big thank you to Josie OX for the raid of 4. I might just raid someone else, but that's going to be my stream ending. So thank you all for watching.